Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm almost certainly going to get copyright dinged for that, but you know what? Totally worth it. Totally worth it. Also, I'm still very sick. Or maybe not like very sick. I'm like still very low level sick. I slept most of today, and I thought that maybe I was like getting better, and I think I am, but I thought I was getting better when I woke up this morning because I wasn't sniffling, only to realize that I wasn't sniffling because I was horribly dehydrated. But I figured if I'm going to play games anyway, I might as well stream while also doing that. And also maybe we'll touch on some politics. Do we need to be worried about your health? Nah. It's like a low fever, like 99.5 and 100-ish. It's been hanging around there. And I think I'm getting better. So I don't think it's COVID. COVID tests have been negative. That explains why you stopped. Yeah, no, I have been falling asleep mid texting conversations with folks. Why does that sound like a Spanish anime, and where can I watch it? You can watch it, I believe, over on Crunchyroll. And while I've been sick, I've been on another anime binge, and I've discovered an incredible show. Just a top 10 out of 10 show. And again, the best way I can describe it is if you took all of the homoeroticism of Top Gun and put it into an anime about giant robots, and then in particular one even gianter robot who's even more gay than the pilots, and then there was a love triangle between the robot and the pilots. And I'm just gonna show one like image, because it's hard to find the clips that I wanted to of the show to show you guys, but this should tell you basically everything you need to know about this show in one still image. It's basically, again, 11 times the gayness of of Top Gun. This robot is so gay that it gathers all of like the military leaders of Earth to talk about how he needs his man to come inside him. And the show is not subtle about that at all. And the name of the show is called Brave Bang Bravern. As you might have been able to tell from the show's theme song that goes bang, 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 Bravern. Also, it is intentionally funny, you know, just to like just to be like totally upfront. The show knows what it's doing, and it's very funny. There's a scene halfway through this, and I'm not spoiling anything about this show, but there's a scene like maybe 4 or 5 episodes in where one of the characters walks into the giant robot Bravern's office, because he has a giant robot-sized office that he works in, and he's building Gunpla. He's building giant robot like the giant robot equivalent of Gunpla. I don't know how to really. It's very funny. It's very, very out there. I love it so much. It's genuinely shocking because I follow a lot of people who should be talking about this show, and all of you let me down. I heard nothing about this show whatsoever, and it's incredible. There's a scene where the two main guys who have a friendly rivalry slash sexual chemistry with each other can't communicate to one another, and so they have a boxing match where they talk about their feelings and while hitting each other, and Bravern the giant robot 3D prints a giant boom mic so that he can then transmit their heartfelt dialogue and their feelings to the rest of the naval fleet that they're sailing with, because all of this takes place on an aircraft carrier. And at one point during this boxing match, they grapple each other, and it turns into a wrestling match. It turns into like homoerotic wrestling in the middle of this fight. And one of the lady mechanics is just so goddamn into both fucking the idea of fucking robots, but also watching these two men wrestle that her nose explodes in one nosebleed because anime. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking funny. I've laughed out loud so many times. The Brave series also is dead for decades. I have no knowledge of what this series was. Until you mentioned that, I did not know that this was even based on anything. So, yeah, sounds like a normal bro time for sure. For sure. Just broing out with your giant robomi. Oh, Brave is like an entire mecha subgenre. Yeah, I don't know. Also, for some reason, sometimes the guy that's inside of Bravern has to be naked, which causes a lot of consternation amongst the cast. It's very funny. What show is this? It's called It's called Brave Bang Bravern. There we go. Yeah, Van Briggs, maybe not the arm curls today. I am, however, gonna hydrate as fuck. I don't know what Gunpla means. Oh, Gunpla is like the name. You know, like, have you ever seen like those little Gundam models, like those giant, those little robot models of like Gundam mechas? When people like the practice of putting those models together is called Gunpla, and like, so he's doing like a nerdy hobby of putting together all of these other littler robots. It's very funny. Do I have to go Godzilla on you? Ooh. Urgent care tomorrow? I will see. The weather's also supposed to be really bad tomorrow. So we'll see. But yeah, I figure we'll do some like politics as a treat, just because I got a few things in the can. And one has the weather. Well, apparently there's a weather system coming towards Minnesota that's like the biggest in the last 15 years. Did you make yourself some soup? I did make myself some soup. Is my partner sick? No, she dodged the bullet. But I'd probably be over there right now, spending time with her if she was also sick. Girl needs Mucinex. I just took some Dayquil, and it should kick in like maybe like 30 minutes. Let's see here. Is Jack watching Bravern? Am I watching Bravern? Yes. Do I have chicken broth to help you? I have so much chicken broth. It's not the Rona. Not Rona. It's just like a slightly clingy cold. But I've been getting plenty of rest, and that has been helping. Bird flu? Nah. Let's see here. Bravern. Oh, my mic gain is so high. It's so high. Let's turn that down. Oh my god, it's so much better. Hello. I took a bath. That felt really nice. I'm gonna move this off the screen. Let's see here. God, there are just so many stories that I haven't gotten to yet. I feel guilty because there's so much I want to talk about in politics, and I just don't have like the brain for it today. Like just so many existential things happening. Like a federal judge got arrested the other day. Not a federal judge, Wisconsin judge. All fucking nuts. I do want to say fuck Chuck Schumer though. Fuck that clown. Can you play the clip that reminds us to be aroused? Yeah. The Trump 2028 merch dropping? Yeah, because he knows his dumbass followers are gonna buy it. You know, like they're not they don't leave money sitting on the table, guys. I don't think it actually reflects their capability to do that. Marco Rubio and the 3 children that were deported by themselves. I do have to say, I did call all of my elected representatives and let them know that I want them to do something about this. Like the deportation of children that are U.S. citizens is completely and utterly unacceptable. And yeah, I suggest you all do the same. Use 5calls.org, send them faxes. And I would say now's the time to start pushing for impeachment. How did that even happen? Because ICE needs to be gone. That's how, you know.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
The good news is, though, that I don't think he can keep getting away with all this shit. His overall approval ratings are now in like the high 30s. They're only going to go down, folks. They're only going to go down. And honestly, the main thing keeping it all buoyed up is the fact that his dumbass supporters haven't gotten hit by the full effects of the tariffs yet. But they're going to in like a couple weeks. You know, Shein is already like tripling or quadrupling its prices on things, and also like listing where like all of the price increases are going. People are going to be aware of what and who is fucking them over. How are you feeling about covering the Canadian election? I don't know enough about Canadian politics to be a meaningful source of information about that. I hope I entertained by covering the Canadian debate. Walmart internally is saying empty shelves in 2 weeks. Yeah. I hope that's accurate. Look, I mean, we are looking at like a complete logistical breakdown between China and the United States, and like it's not. There's no way to make up for the collapse of like the trade ships. Like the ships aren't coming anymore. You know, buy your necessary staples. You know, get your toilet paper and shit, but like don't panic. It's just it's going to become rapidly apparent, even if like a deal with China is announced tomorrow, it's going to become rapidly apparent that like people there this isn't like a thing that can be fixed overnight. If the ships aren't coming, that means there's going to be a break of at least like a month or two to get those ships coming again. So like it's going to be felt at this point, unavoidably so. Yeah, and some of those deals aren't coming back. That's true. Sometimes you break those deals and like yeah. So like I don't know, most of these Republicans, if they live in rural areas, depend on Walmart, depend on like these big box retailers, and they're gonna be fucked. And like Walmart is kind of like Walmart is going to be one of the least fucked of all these big box retailers, because like 60% of what they have is made in the US. But like the stuff that's made in the US relies on Chinese imports. So like they're still going to be fucked. It's it's rough. It's rough. But like I don't know, I expect these numbers are going to rapidly decrease from Republicans. Like even the MAGA crowd is kind of like if you look at the polling that came out on trade negotiations with other countries, even they're like, yeah, well, only 68% of us think that he's doing okay. Polly has his cracker. Thank you for the membership. I appreciate that. They have massive storage places too. It's true. However, they can only absorb these costs for so long. They only blame their political opponents for it. I mean, they can keep trying, but it's pretty apparent what's happening, just even inside of the Trumposphere. Like, I expect. Let me put it this way: I expect at least like another 20 to 30% off of all of the supports from the MAGA crowd. I don't expect it ever to get down to where Democrats are, for sure. Like, this number on trade negotiations isn't going to go from 68 down to 13, but I expect it to go from 68 down to 48. Like, at that point, that's a big problem. That's a big problem. Especially because these price shocks are going to hit in in summer. That's when people get angry, you know? So when people get angry and loud. And frankly, to be completely honest with you guys, there is historically no faster way to radicalize a population against leadership than for there to be problems with the food supply chain. And basically all of this is fucking with the food supply chain. And historically that does not go well for the people who are in power. You know, it's a real let them eat cake presidency. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. Trade negotiations are in the phantom. It's true. All right. One thing I wanted to just go over with you guys, and I don't know if this will be a segment or anything, but there is a great podcast called It Can Happen Here. And I figured we'd go over one of the latest episodes because I think it's actually quite important. And it's a episode put out by Robert from It Can Happen Here. And Cool Zone Media, exactly. You guys know who I'm talking about. But it's a really good episode that I think, and I've listened to it now 4 or 5 times, and I think the analysis is pretty solid. You know, if we're going to put on our kind of prognostication, caps, and look forward to how things are going to play out over the next few months, I think it is a helpful tool to kind of adjust our expectations for folks. Is my video lagging? On my end, it looks fine. Harumph. Look fine to me? Cool. So this is, I think, a really good look at where we're going to be at.
Your hand. Download the BetMGM Casino app today. Pennsylvania and
Feel prepared?
Gambling problem
Or dread? Let's get rid of that unpleasant clock strike
skating gifts with code DELUXE.
To a convention and handy for me.
Oof.
If you've what else to do, Robert Evans, and this is a podcast about things falling apart, which they always seem to be these days. And in particular, this is an episode about what to expect out of the next 6 months to a year.
Really
if you're not sure what else to do, try and spread calm. I first learned this lesson back in 2016, hanging out with perennial libertarian presidential candidate Vermin Supreme during the protests around that year's Democratic convention in Philadelphia. If you've never had the pleasure of seeing Vermin at a protest, he's essentially a rodeo clown for riot cops, and his example taught me a lot about how to communicate to a group of angry, scared people intent.
Wait, isn't this Behind the Bastards? It's Robert Evans who also does Behind the Bastards, but Robert Evans does like a lot of different shit. This is from It Can Happen Here, and which I highly recommend as a podcast if you guys want to stay informed just on a day-to-day basis about what's going on and different things happening in this country. But I think he really hits the nail on the head here in a way that I find like insufficient to just say, just go listen to the episode, folks. Like, no, we got to listen to it ourselves here.
Situations. Those lessons came in handy for me back in 2020. But the George Floyd uprising is now almost 5 years in the past. Trump is once again in power. Very little seems to stand between him and the exercise of a kind of arbitrary dictatorial violence that this nation has seldom seen within its own borders, but has often sponsored elsewhere, including El Salvador, where Trump has sent hundreds of American residents and plans to send thousands, perhaps tens of thousands more. The purpose of this essay is to provide my predictions for the next 6 months to a year. What I'm writing here is speculative, but it is based on the best data I have available and numerous conversations I've had with activists, current federal employees, former soldiers, and retired law enforcement. There are a million places where I could start, but I feel like the most responsible place to begin is by answering this question. Is now the time to panic? Last year, after Biden's disastrous debate performance, I put out a podcast essay titled, Don't Panic. It was my most shared episode of this podcast that year, and I felt pretty good about the response, until Trump won again, and I found it briefly impossible to take my own advice.
And I want to pause there because, yeah, I have felt this impulse in my heart, every single day. Every single day. And it's one of the reasons why I really pivoted and leaned hard into what can we do? What can you do? Because I think that that is an important component, focusing on what you can do, what you can control, what you have agency over, is a really key component to not panic, you know? I'm also seeing, Comrade Girl, hundreds of people from the United States have been sent to El Salvador. Now, granted, the Trump administration labels all of those people like Tren de Aragua members or MS-13. They're talking about this as oh well, it's fine if it happens to them kind of situation. They might not have been U.S. citizens, but they were living here. They can do it to someone living here. They can do it to you.
Since January of 2025, the fascist takeover has only accelerated, and I have lost count of the number of people who've asked me, is it time to panic? The answer to that is still no, but not because there's no reason to panic. In fact, panic is a natural reaction to our present moment. If your fight or flight reflexes haven't been triggered, well, they might be broken. Even so, don't panic, because in combat, in disasters, in any dangerous situation you might find yourself, panic is what will kill you as surely as anything else.
And I think this is another good component to really focus on here, right? Because there are plenty of reasons every single day coming out in the news, especially if you're plugged in like I am, to panic. There are plenty of reasons to do that. Multiple U.S. citizens have been deported, some of them children. And when we're talking about deportation, it doesn't really apply if they're U.S. citizens. So I guess kidnapped and sent abroad by the U.S. government, exiled in a sense. There's the case of hundreds of people that the government is claiming to be undocumented immigrants at an on-base nightclub event where active duty military were providing security. I don't buy that story for a goddamn second. But there are scary things happening all across this country, and it's terrifying. And panic is a natural response to terror, but it's also not a helpful one. And I think this is kind of what Robert is getting at here, which is that this is why we need to focus on what we can do. It's not enough to simply obtain information if that information is basically going to paralyze you. The autism registry is terrifying. The consolidation of all of our digital data into AI databases is terrifying. But we can't let that paralyze us. because in that paralysis is exactly what they're trying to get from us. They're trying to get us to do nothing, because that is what ultimately serves their aims the best. So we have to make sure we maintain our functionality.
There's a concept in military theory I bring up often, something introduced to soldiers undergoing training today. It's called the OODA loop. It describes the process people go through while acting and reacting under fire, and particularly while deciding how to act and react under fire. It stands for observe, orient, decide, and act. If you
Also, C321, it's not the creation of that autism registry proposed by RFK Jr. is not something you can opt out of or not sign up for, because their plan was just to take your medical records and your medical data and make it without your knowledge. And yeah, that would be hella illegal. But once it's made, like, it's a lot harder to unmake it, you know? Which is what makes it so terrifying.
can interrupt any part of that loop, you can stop your enemy from fighting back effectively. The basic principle of the OODA loop functions on the grand strategy scale as well as it does in a gunfight. This is the point behind the flood the zone strategy orchestrated by Stephen Miller and the other intellectual luminaries behind Trump 2. The fire hose of outrage is to distract you from observing everything that's happening, to keep you off balance so you can't orient yourself, to stop you from deciding and acting. Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter helped to supercharge the bullshit cannon. AI accelerated the spread of lies on social media beyond all of our worst nightmares. And this has helped blind and divide the people who should have linked arms to stop this shit before it got to the point that it's at today. I want you to think of how many prominent leftists have fallen repeatedly for right-wing propaganda, like that Russia would never invade Ukraine, or that Trump might actually be somehow better for Gaza. These and a million other things have blinded and hobbled potential resistance. I might also bring up the whole MAGA communist movement, but the less said about those people, the better.
Yeah, those people only think women have two holes. It's crazy. What are we talking about? We are talking about Robert Evans and his predictions for the next 6 months. And I think I think it's pretty good. I've listened to it several times, and I think it's important enough that we're listening to it instead of just me saying offhandedly, go listen to it. And so we're doing like a little podcast club, book club thing. I don't know what to call this.
Meanwhile, columnists at liberal legacy publications like The Times have fallen for every hyped-up story about transgender athletes or woke kids on college campuses and the danger the illiberal left poses to free speech. They've denied genocide and demonized those who protest against it, and too many elected Democrats have taken their lead as the path of least resistance. Many have pulled right for reasons far more sinister. The fact that Gavin Newsom, governor of California, is hosting fascists on his new podcast while mailing burner phones to tech CEOs points towards something dark, immediate, and deadly.
You know, I hadn't really put this together, but yeah. I think Gavin Newsom is like until I heard Robert call that out and put those points together, it had not fully, like, because I don't think about Gavin Newsom that much, but he's basically this cancer within the Democratic Party, this neoliberal cancer that is growing and trying to metastasize. And he wants to build his own kind of MAGA, liberal wing, liberal wing. Basically, it seems like he's kind of trying to position himself as like a successor to Trump in some ways, like recognizing that the conflict is going to be within the Democratic Party after like the fall of MAGA. Like whenever Donald Trump does fall, and he will fall, like he will lose an election here, but that the real conflict for what comes after Trump is going to happen within the Democratic Party, and that's the fact that he's already trying to create those bat phones and those backdoor, off the record channels with tech CEOs. Again, a lot of those tech CEOs in like the same kind of vein as Balaji Srinivasan or these what's his face, the guy, not Mark Andreessen. Who am I thinking of? That guy who's like the Curtis Yarvin, that guy, that little weasel. He's basically trying to cast himself as the democratic version of or avatar of those people, and it's really, really gross.
We live now in the culmination of a successful, decades-long plot to, in the words of Curtis Yarvin, repeal the 20th century and turn this nation into a dictatorship where our lives and our collective national arsenal are the personal property of some dudes who inherited oil money or invested in Facebook back in 2005. The early stages of the plan, of course, date back well before Peter Thiel or Elon Musk or Donald Trump. They began when a coalition of would-be oligarchs tried to overthrow FDR in what has become known as the business plot and were thwarted by a Marine general named Smedley Butler. These men wanted revenge for the New Deal, but they found seizing power at the top harder than they'd hoped. And so they embarked on a slower, bottom-up approach. Hence the John Birch Society, the creation of countless think tanks, and the generations-long effort to stack the Supreme Court. The war on abortion was a concerted step towards this plan, an artificial creation alongside the birth of the religious right as a political coalition. There was initially a small group of men at the center of the web, guys like William Regnery I and William Regnery II, or Paul Weyrich. But the engine of cultural and political change forged from the late 40s to the 1970s was so successful that at some point it became self-perpetuating. And when a gaggle of tech bros found themselves with more wealth,
well, it's not even Eddie 666. It's not even that they've been patient. It's that at every step of the way, there is a material incentive under capitalism for them to take the next step. Every generational step has had that material incentive remain intact. And so, as long as that incentive exists under capitalism, they're gonna keep taking those steps. It's kind of what I talk about when I talk about how capitalism is antithetical to democracy, because there will always be this material incentive under capitalism to undermine the democratic rule.
Than any humans had ever held, the machine was there to mold them and to be used by them. It's all worked so damn well that many people I know have lost hope entirely. We're fucked, goes the script. They're going to send us to the camps, and they can't be stopped, at least not without apocalyptic bloodshed. Well, that's not necessarily so. Now, people have already died as a result of this administration, a lot of them, and that will continue to happen. But a collapse into total carnage is not inevitable, nor is a future that offers us nothing but a boot upon our necks. Despite the money that went into building it, this is a new house made with cheap materials, and there are already cracks in the foundation. So my first prediction for the coming months is
Here
this.
You go, Rob Adler.
The cracks will widen. And we'll talk about that, but first, as we're obligated to do, here's some ads.
So, yeah. What particular video or podcast is this? This is called It Can Happen Here. They do a lot of really, really good work. I encourage you all to add it to your listening rotation for podcasts if you have one of those. But yeah, and I have noticed this tendency in a lot of people who wind up here, where there are a lot of people who constantly talk about we're all fucked. We're all fucked. And there's a lot of damage that is being done and will be done. But we're not fucked. A lot of people may be. That is true. But we are not as a whole fucked. We are not as a whole without agency. We are not without prospects, futures, etc. And so we need to accept that as a fundamental premise before we can move forward. You know, we need to accept that there is hope, and we need to accept, you know, that there is a path forward on this. Are these pods posted on YouTube? I didn't find it initially. I don't believe so, KiwiTP. I believe they are posted on like iHeartRadio, Spotify, podcast places. So I think it's an important thing that our foundation be built on that understanding and that hope. Because without like a vision that things can be better or made to be better, I think that we slide into inaction and despair. I think it's too easy to do that. And in fact, in revolutionary times, it requires a revolutionary vision of the future to go alongside it. Otherwise, we just give up. Just give up. And I'm not a big fan of that option.
Guarantees.
Come now and live the
other AI's advice.
Trump and the men who swim in his wake signal only strength. Honesty is neither in their interest nor a strong suit.
Honestly, Dare Dragon Warrior, that's kind of where I fall. Like, I think hopelessness or the willful spreading of hopelessness is akin to collaboration. Because you are furthering the aims of this administration by doing so.
Curtis Yarvin, chief prophet of the neo-reactionaries and Peter Thiel's pet philosopher, is in a different position. He knows people in power listen to some of what he has to say, and over the last few months his profile has risen enormously. I can take credit for at least a tiny amount of that. Many normal liberals and elected Democrats now know who he is. This exposes him to a danger that was not present for him during Trump's first term. If the current fascist salient should be pushed back and this movement fails, there could be and should be prosecutions. And he rightly fears that if this happens, he might follow in the footsteps of Alfred Rosenberg, the Nazi high theoretician who was executed at Nuremberg. That's why, on March 6th, he published a messy, sprawling 7,000-word essay titled Barbarians and Mandarins in his trademark, nigh unreadable style.
Yeah, there's a reason, by the way, that I haven't done a dive on Curtis Yarvin on this show, and that's because his ideas and prose and the way he presents them are basically incoherent gibberish mush that all boils down to just let's do fascism but right this time with all of the tools of technology. Like that's basically what it all boils down to. Hey, what if we did fascism but we used the internet this time? It's the same way like Elon Musk or and all of those like PayPal bros that got rich off of PayPal just had the idea, hey, what if we did a bank but it was online? You know, it's not really that innovative. It's not really that smart when you boil it all down. And Curtis Yarvin just is doing the same thing but with fascism. And yeah, dipshit dystopia is a good way of describing what they want to build, you know? There is a key flaw in their plan, though, and that is their inevitable adherence to dipshittery. I've watched Yarvin. It's really boring. It's like AI spiritualism with the tech bro god emperor. It really is. They want to cast themselves as like these new priests. And they're just so hollow and devoid of anything. Timu Cyberpunk, yes. Yes.
It comes with the subheading, as soon as it stops accelerating, it stalls and explodes. If you want to spare yourself the headache of reading through 1/10 of a novel of Yarvin's, at best, turgid prose, there's a good article by the Nerd Reich that breaks all of this down. We'll link it in the show notes. But the gist is that Yarvin thinks Musk and Trump have been too slow, have embraced too many half measures, and the whole authoritarian project is careening towards disaster. Quote,
and I do want to say it's kind of a good sign when Curtis Yarvin is like sweating under the collar and saying like, hey, you guys aren't doing the death camps fast enough. Why aren't you killing all of your opposition with the massive amounts of power you have? Why aren't you doing that yet? You were at this point in the schedule, you were supposed to be doing massacres in the streets. Where are those? Why aren't you disappearing the journalists, damn it? And like that's a good sign for us guys. When that guy is panicking, he's panicking because he thinks that when this is all over and done with, he's going to stand trial for being like one of the guys who's been for years trying to orchestrate this very outcome. And like, yeah, he should stand trial after all this is said and done. I'd be down. I'd be in favor of that. Let's go.
unless the spectacular earthquakes of January and February are dwarfed in March and April by new and unprecedented abuses of the Richter scale, the Trump regime will start to wither and eventually dissipate. It cannot stay at its current level of power, which is too high to sustain but too low to succeed. It has to keep doing things that have never been done before. As soon as it stops accelerating, it stalls and explodes. Now, the weeks since have seen massive and rising public awareness of CCOT, the terrorism detention facility in El Salvador, being used as a concentration camp by the Trump regime. This might rightly be called a new and unprecedented abuse, but there's a couple of issues here, at least as far as Yarvin sees them. For one thing, the people targeted there have been migrants, people who are in the U.S. either illegally or in the U.S. on visas that have been revoked, people who have been accused of being part of Tren de Agua, but not the people that Yarvin wants to see liquidated, because as he writes in this column, the thing that he thinks the Trump administration should be doing right now is quite literally gassing media personalities and politicians who don't align with his viewpoint. Basically,
and it is, let me clarify, very good that they are not doing this. It is good for us on basically every level. Okay? And more importantly, they all want AI cyborg super bodies that cost $1 billion to make so they can live as eternal tech bro gods and just let the people work as slaves. When you hear Elon talking about humanity being a bootloader for AI, that's what he's talking about. Yeah, they're all going to be really, like, it is kind of incredible that these people all watched the Alien franchise about Weyland Yutani and thought, man, what if we were those guys? What if we did the plan from the movie Alien? You know, those movies where everyone loves the corporate overlords? What if we did that? Wouldn't that be great? It is, by the way, worth noting that their goal of like creating like cyborgs where they upload their minds to the mainframes is like so hopelessly outside of the reach of our current like knowledge or ability that you might as well be saying you hope to like cast a ritual that manifests like God in the flesh. Like you're just talking nonsense at this point, you know. You want to summon Superman from the DC universe into our world, like where you're at a certain point you're just saying things to say things. You can't live forever because you're a brain. You can't upload your mind. You're a bag of electrochemical meat. Yeah, but that's why like Elon is obsessed with like brain implants that can like read your mind, you know, or like translate electrical impulses into thoughts. He's obsessed with being able to have that like transference of mind into like data, into traditional computing, or you know, whatever we come up with. He's obsessed with that. That's why he's also obsessed with like the Optimus stuff with like the household robots. And like that it's not going to happen in our lifetimes, guys. All of these people are being driven because they are terrified of the idea that even amongst their capitalistic power, they are ultimately doomed to die, just like any of the rest of us. They are driven primarily by fear, and that's why they gravitate towards these Curtis Yarvin types who like try and present themselves as like this new clergy to like an AI cult. You know, they want to be immortal. They want to be liches. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. God. Like when you actually break down their ideology, cartoonishly it's cartoonishly simple. And again, fundamentally driven by fear. They want to build nothing. They simply want to escape. It's their entire thought process. They are incapable of fighting precisely because they are just scared shitless of actually doing anything.
Literally killing the opposition. And since he's shown to be unwilling to do that, the fact that he's shipping people to concentration camps on its own isn't terrifying enough. Now, the other thing that's concerning Yarvin is that while the use of this facility in El Salvador as a foreign concentration camp by the Trump regime is terrifying and is unprecedented, it's also been met with a significant response, one that verges on unprecedented itself. I'm not just talking about the protests or of the recent Supreme Court ruling ordering a temporary halt to such deportations. I'm referring to something else that's happened due to the sheer panic caused by the knowledge that our president has a concentration camp and has been talking about shipping U.S. citizen dissidents there. I'm talking about stuff like the fact that formerly conservative columnist Bill Kristol is now calling for the outright abolition of ICE, and the arch-neoliberal mealy-mouth David Brooks calling for a general strike in the pages of the New York Times while quoting from the Communist Manifesto. This is more than just a vibe shift. It's an open realization and acceptance by prominent people who are neither radical nor revolutionaries that any action, even the formerly unimaginable, might be necessary and justified to end this regime. Now, make no mistake, first off, this is because a lot of these people are worried about their own privileges going away under a dictatorial regime. But that doesn't change the fact that this is a crack in the very foundation of the authoritarian power structure. Yarvin is scared then because we weren't supposed to be here now. Harvard was supposed to have folded like Columbia and then have been slowly and quietly liquidated. The tame press was supposed to turn wholly for the regime or be disappeared, not quote Karl Marx and urge people into the streets to do a general strike.
Yep.
So I don't find all this cheery because I think David Brooks is going to become shithead Che Guevara. I am braced, however, by the failure that this represents for the men above us who seek unchecked dominance. Cracks are also visible in the recent history of Elon Musk, who has watched the value of the stock that underpins his whole empire collapse. He fought desperately to convince Trump not to go through with the tariffs that would punish it further. The result? We see Trump assuring his inner circle that Elon is on the way out, while Musk himself prepares to step back from Doge in the hope that it will somehow protect the remainder of his ambitions. These are all good signs, and the damage will continue to spread. However, and this brings me to my next prediction, the empire's gonna strike back. We are in for a hot summer, my friends, and there's no way around that. I mean this in the literal sense that it will probably be the hottest summer on record, although that fact will be true of every subsequent summer in our lives. But I also mean this in the sense that things are going to cook off in the streets very soon. This is something the administration has quite openly been waiting to see. Trump has made no secret of his desire to use the Insurrection Act, not only at the border, but to send U.S. troops into U.S. cities to crush riots and punish leftist demonstrators. This was a desire hatched in reaction to the George Floyd uprising, and it always seemed...
I really don't mean this as a joke. Elon played Deus Ex, and liked the villain Bob Page so much it's determined almost every business decision since.
I don't think that's that far-fetched at all. Like I think Elon is a very dumb man, and genuinely that could be his arc.
Seems to be envisioned by the right as targeted against black-clad Antifa types. The reality is that anti-fascists have not been a consistent presence on the ground around the country for some time, at least not organizing in the way that they were back when Antifa was a buzzword. There are numerous reasons for this, but the biggest is that the fascist movement has moved beyond waving flags in the street and getting into fistfights to try and scare people. A lot of them are running federal law enforcement agencies and the military now. Proud Boys just ain't a priority. Not for those on the left who want to stop this, or, frankly, for the administration. I expect protests around the country in the coming months for several reasons, but the likeliest event to provoke severe civil disruption is a rise in food prices and the rise of everything else in price, as well as a collapsing economy courtesy of the president's tariffs. There are already numerous signs of this, both in terms of the volume of shipping coming into the United States and early signs of collapsing crop yields in the United States.
And I do want to emphasize that second point there, like the collapse of shipping. We get the rate. Let's see. This is, I want something more recent. Do past 24 hours. Yeah. Let's see here. Here's the Financial Times. Demand slump fueled by Trump tariffs hits U.S. ports and air freight. Bookings plunge as importers hold off on shipping goods to America in hope of Beijing-Washington deal. Again, it's at 145% tariffs on Chinese imports. That's insane. Port of Los Angeles, the main route of entry for goods from China, expects scheduled arrivals in the week starting May 4th to be a third lower than a year before, while air freight handlers have also reported sharp falls in bookings. Bookings for standard 20-foot shipping containers from China to the U.S. were 45% lower than a year earlier by mid-April, according to the latest available data from container tracking service Vizion. So, yeah, it's falling off, and it's going to only get worse the longer this goes on. But yeah, we're seeing half the number of boats actually crossing, and that's really not good. It's going to get worse from here on out. Like, you can look here at container bookings from China to the United States by year. Look at this. Boom. Just collapse. And on crop yield, let's see. This is maybe something most to consider. Almost half the U.S. is experiencing drought. How that can affect the food industry. And would it surprise you all that drought affects farming negatively? It's not great. 77% of the United States of America is abnormally dry, not quite drought, but half of it is in drought. It's not great. Corn and soybean yields as a result from last summer. Record yields for both corn and soybean at 183 bushels per acre and 53 bushels per acre respectively are expected. However, the drought conditions are not great. For that kind of thing, especially on things that are not corn and soybeans. So worth pointing out that, yeah, a lot of this is already baked into how this summer is going to go, you know?
And this is where a study of history helps one out, because nothing but nothing brings down regimes like rising bread prices. And any attempt to crack down will be stymied by the fact that a decent chunk of the elites who backed Trump before will be suffering too. Obviously, the people closest to him are making bank off the economic upswings and downswings over the whole tariff issue. But there's a lot of other people who supported him, people who thought he had their back, who aren't quite close enough to power. And they're watching Trump shoot their own fortunes in the kneecap because they built their money on free trade.
And that's kind of one of the big aspects to understand about this, is that Donald Trump, as far as like a fascist authoritarian goes, is not giving special treats to other rich people. You know, like the billionaires that are around him are getting their special treats. But like the millionaires, that have like a couple dozen $1 million, the 100 millionaires, the mega millionaires, most of them aren't getting their special treats. And that is going to add up. You know, their support is also very important. And Donald Trump is basically just kind of sitting awash in all this billionaire money and not really recognizing that there are a lot of these other people that would traditionally be catered to by Republican regimes that he's not rewarding with their special treats. They're not getting the insider trading tips. They're not getting, the bailouts. They're not, like they're like Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who's like having to write pleading letters to the White House to give disaster aid to her state, because they never thought they would be the ones to be screwed over by the Trump policies, and yet here they are being screwed over. And these people who are directly affected, they're not like the country bumpkins who might be getting duped by Trump. They're people who made their business decisions based on an understanding that Donald Trump would help them out. And instead of helping them out, he, again, to use Robert Evans' words, kneecapped them. He shot them in the knees and is letting them bleed out.
I won't pretend to know where things are going to pop off or will be the hottest, but the evidence shows the regime at least expects Washington, D.C. to play a central role in what comes next. Republican Congress members recently reintroduced a bill to repeal D.C. self-rule, and Trump appointed Ed Martin to be the city attorney, a man who, in the words of USA Today columnist Chris Brennan, quote, lacks experience but loves revenge. Now, the fact that Elon Musk and his Doge cronies left so many in the city and the surrounding area unemployed after their purge of the administrative state means that there's an even higher number of motivated, angry people with free time and experiencing organizing large, complex systems who have nothing to do right now.
That is also a very, very good point. Like the bureaucrats who made our systems run are getting laid off and or being paid to do nothing. And in their free time, there's a lot of stuff that they can do. A lot of stuff that is very inconvenient to this administration. A lot of organizing work they can do.
A similar set of circumstances brought us to the 2020 uprisings. This was not just a product of the months of isolation or of the brutality of George Floyd's murder, but of the sheer number of people who were out of work and who were finally given a chance to take out their anxiety at an authoritarian president tightening his grip.
Also, Polly has his cracker. That's another very good point. Donald Trump acts like a mafia don, and that's true. The issue with that is if you are doing like an authoritarian fascist, administrative coup of a country, you can't act like a mafia don. Like that's a fundamentally different job. And if you're acting like a mafia don, you are very vulnerable in ways that you have not shored up, like someone who is knowingly going along with the fascist administrative coup would do. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities here in how he acts and how he has decided to govern.
And today, that grip is even tighter, and the danger more real. We have a president openly discussing his desire to put American citizens in a foreign concentration camp. Trump and his inner circle are hoping for protests that stay isolated to D.C. and perhaps a few major blue cities, Portland and the like. This would provide an opportunity to send in the troops to utilize the Insurrection Act to shoot people in the street and to send some ringleaders off to El Salvador. This would be the riskiest option for Trump in some ways. Pete Hegseth has not been a competent or popular Secretary of Defense, and asking U.S. troops to fire on protesters opens up the risk that some junior officer might balk at that order,
And I do want to say that is a big risk. I'm going to take this call. I'll be right back.
So this is a song that we wrote. That I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from Southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. About as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage, and Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering storms. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, blare Manson. Here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the man knows he's got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses. Don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims for months to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your boast, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
No more water, no more water, no more water,
Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me. The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes. And and I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrong. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire next time. Thank you.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in a band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharings the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that
must rule in every land. One industrial union band. Oh, come, O ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. Would you take contently what's put in your hand? Less than you've earned with one leg to stand. Would you believe what they tell you to be? Or with brothers go out and see? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. There is power in those men working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. One industrial union band. One industrial union band.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. 'Cause we've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools and concessions we'll refuse when there's nothing left to lose. Throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
All right. Hi, everybody. Awooga. Hey, Banana Brains. Hello, everyone. Thanks for giving me time to take that call. I made some hot chocolate in my Riverboat Jack mug. It's really tasty. This song makes me want to cry sometimes. This song plays a good role in my thoughts about current politics. Yeah, some hot cocoa, Eddie. Your you mug, yes, my me mug. You can buy this on the merch store. I think it's !merch for a link. Are you still sick? Still sick like I was earlier in the stream, yeah. It's so good. Sweater has serious. Isn't it great? I love it. I got it for my partner. Sounds like it all went to your face/nose. As I said earlier in the stream, I woke up today thinking that I had gotten over like the snot stuff, and it just turned out that I was very, very, very dehydrated. So I've been drinking a lot more water, and the snot came back. Why is your picture blonde when you are not blonde? Because I used to be blonde. Hello, Kayla. Hello, Liz Galahad. How we all doing, folks? Let's see here. You dye your hair? Yeah, I do. It's a color that's naturally in my hair. I just like it being the overtone as opposed to the undertone. Give Jack more money for pseudoephedrine. It's true. Consider dropping those subs and donos, chat. Because they help me to stay alive. Thank you to everyone who's supported stream so far. Shamaniacal the Shamanite, thank you for the $5 super chat. Moth, thank you for the $5 super chat. Polyazis Cracker, thank you for being a member. Psycho Salad 665, thank you for the $2 super chat as well. Hello, Paladin. I was also gone. And oh boy. Help check get meth precursors. Yeah, my brain is not completely on the ball, hence why I'm not super keen to do a ton of politics this stream. Let's just finish up this this podcast we were listening to, and then we'll dig a hole, huh? Also, hit the buttons, folks. Hit the buttons. Anonymous gifter, thank you for hitting the button.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button.
I shouldn't do that. My body hurts.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button.
Yeah, Jazz Dog made this. John Bogardus.
Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button.
10 out of 10. All right, jumping back into this.
Could create a cascading chain of disobedience in some major blue cities, Portland and the like. This would provide an opportunity to send in the troops to utilize the Insurrection Act to shoot people in the street and to send some ringleaders off to El Salvador. This would be the riskiest option for Trump in some ways. Pete Hegseth has not been a competent or popular Secretary of Defense, and asking U.S. troops to fire on protesters opens up the...
There's no video. It's just an audio component, so you get to watch me drinking my hot chocolate and making comments.
...risk that some junior officer might balk at that order, which could create a cascading chain of disobedience. Such things have sparked rapid collapse in other dictatorships throughout history. There's also the chance that spectacular and comprehensive violence by the military might succeed and thus strangle any protest movement in the cradle. So we might call this...
Yes, this is Robert Evans. We started this earlier. We're just finishing it up. This is his guide to the next 6 months. He's predicting what will happen and what could happen, and I think his prediction is pretty solid, and I think that it's worth listening to.
the high-risk, high-reward option. And I should note that Donald Trump has, more than a few times in the past, chosen the high-risk, high-reward option. So I don't consider this unlikely. But it won't be lost on Trump or his cronies that the violence which met the first protest in 2020 provoked the largest domestic uprising in living memory. People have not forgotten this, and some blue state Democrats have even made, let's say, confusing noises to that effect. Case in point, Governor Bob Ferguson of Washington just signed a bill barring other state National Guard units from entering Washington without his approval, unless they were mobilized by the president. Now, as that last part might key you in on, this bill doesn't have a lot of legal force, or any really at all, but it's a sign that even fairly milquetoast elected Democrats are starting to consider the real possibility of a federal invasion of their states. The president has discussed sending out-of-state troops into blue cities before, largely in the context of cracking down on immigration in sanctuary cities.
Here you go.
This is all dangerous language, but going further than just language carries risk for the regime, too. I would not be shocked if we were to see the Texas National Guard or whoever, whichever state, occupying, let's say, Chicago, after federal law enforcement makes good on the threats that have been made by members of the Trump administration to arrest governors who aid and abet undocumented migrants, like J.B. Pritzker. And an act like that would surely spark mass protests in Chicago and very likely elsewhere. The fact that a move like that would have such a risk of sparking mass resistance, as well as further legal challenges, might keep the Trump administration focused on smaller fish and less dangerous outrages, at least for the time being. And if that's the route they choose, I think something different might be likely, and I call this potential path forward the pressure cooker.
Now, I will pause here to say I don't think it is likely that Donald Trump is going to try to arrest governors in Democratic states. I don't think that is a likely outcome, mostly because he's very cowardly. And as Robert points out, like there's a very high likelihood that that is going to result in, an outcome that is not great for him personally.
And we'll talk about that. But first, here's more ads.
Topic. A lot has become the how you feel.
Feels like. Period started before the 20. When public unrest exploded.
Yeah, also, let's not overestimate the size of these National Guards. And also, let's remember that every state has one. So, like, the Texas National Guard going to occupy, Chicago would be in a bit of a bind logistically.
In 2020, it did so after 4 solid years of buildup. If you'll remember, the earliest fascist, anti-fascist street clashes of that period started before the 2016 election. These were largely focused around speeches at campuses by right-wing provocateurs and dueling demonstrations in a handful of cities. The first wave of such activity crested in Charlottesville 2017 with tragic results. But the vibe it set and the people it trained continued to take part in street actions, and many of them formed the infrastructural core of the movement that exploded onto the scene after George Floyd's murder. The last year of serious protests have focused more on the genocide in Gaza than anything, and it's not coincidental that the first wave of deportations have heavily targeted legal residents who took part in those demonstrations. Since Trump took office and DOJ started doing its thing.
Oh, I saw someone ask, how many troops are in the Texas National Guard? Around 19, 20,000, somewhere in there. Worth pointing out that, like, Chicago PD has around 11,000 or 12,000. So it would be a big deal. But yeah, you should play a game as this podcast is audio only. I'm doing what I want to do.
There have been more large-scale demos that focus directly on the regime. Now, these have been quite manageable from the regime's point of view, and they have not yet attracted the same kind of crackdown. But that won't remain the case as people grow more desperate. Any fool can see that the apparatus of repression constructed to punish genocide protesters will be turned on Democrats, former federal employees, and people who are just hungry and pissed about rising food prices. However, this represents another tightrope scenario for the regime.
Wait, why would size matter unless we go full Civil War too? Because, frankly, if you have only 20,000 like National Guardsmen, that is not enough to occupy a city. And also, like, not at least a city not the size, not a city the size of Chicago, but also like such an action to arrest, the governor of a state would be unprecedented, and the amount of protests you would have would overwhelm, not just Chicago PD, but also, you know, a, a force 5 to 10 times the size of Chicago PD. And if you just have the Texas National Guard in full, mobilized and occupying Chicago, that's not enough, like occupying a city is a very intensive process. Simric in YouTube chat says the standard convention is that you need 1 soldier per 20 civilians, and that is Army doctrine currently for martial law. Yeah. So, like, if it's something he wants to try, it would need to be done in a quite spectacular fashion, and I think that they are too cowardly to do that. Arresting 2 judges is over a red line for sure, but like arresting a governor of a state is a completely different thing. I'm missing some serious context. Why? Simply because things are going to continue to escalate. And there are governors that are defiant of him. Basically, the thesis that Robert is putting forward here is that there are already enough baked in things that civil unrest is going to pop off over the summer, which is, pretty much a given. In that popping off in an attempt to seize power, what Robert is saying, one option is that Donald Trump, tries to occupy the cities that are seen as like the big movers and shakers of Antifa, And I don't think that is a likely outcome. Again, just because they're scared. They are doing mobster rule, and what they needed was the iron hand of like a true ideological authoritarian fascist, and they don't have that. They have a mobster.
Demonstrations are large, and unlike student protests against Israel, the media has proved less eager to marginalize the participants as extremists. As time goes on and things get worse, folks who last year scoffed at college students occupying campus buildings may themselves consider if perhaps it might be time to fuck some shit up. This will be an uneven process, with sudden leaps forward and pulls back, and it will provoke an equally uneven state response. There will be attempts to send so-called instigators and organizers overseas, to El Salvador, unless the public reaction to this, which is building as I type, continues to escalate to the extent that it becomes unfeasible. If so, there are ample domestic locations to detain or even disappear those the regime considers dangerous. First on the chopping block will be the people whose heads are currently closest to the blade, organizers and demonstrators against genocide whose citizenship is not at all in question. I expect if large, disruptive demonstrations do threaten the administration's hold, they will also start to target Antifa again, which will start with the targeting of longtime activists, many of whom would have been people arrested or at least heavily surveilled in 2020. However, it won't end there, and it will quickly expand to elected Democrats, new people organizing protests, folks who have never had anything to do with any of the kind of anti-fascist actions that so captivated Fox News back in 2020. I will be shocked if we make it more than another year without a serious attempt to brand Antifa a domestic terror organization.
Honestly, I don't think anything is above them. The more unpopular he gets, the more desperate he'll get, IMO. Yeah, but also the more desperate he gets and the more he overreaches, the less popular he'll be. It's kind of a catch-22 for him, Like, he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. And while that does open some scary doors here, it also means we have plenty of options as well. Should I be worried about my post on Blue Sky? You should post as if you are being watched by someone who wants the worst for you. What about Vought, Vance, Thiel, etc.? Again, all of these people are cowards. They're all cowards. And again, when we're talking about arresting a governor, we're talking about a level of escalation that we haven't seen since like the Civil War. We're talking about like that's grounds for actual warfare, and I don't think that is. I think these people are too scared to do that. I'm not going to back out making my speech, nor should you.
If that succeeds in a way that has legal force, then the fact that there is no such organization won't matter. Trump's feds will do what we've watched ICE do with Tren de Agua.
Just the only reason I'm saying, if you're posting on Blue Sky, and post as if somebody's watching, don't say the shit that will get you arrested. That's all I'm trying to say.
They'll break down the door of whoever they wish, argue tattoos or possessions of certain literature or whatever as proof of membership, and then those who survive the raids will find themselves in the most restrictive detention the regime feels secure placing them in. If things follow what I suspect is the likeliest path, we will watch this process ebb and flow over the next several months. Each spring and summer, protests will grow and peak in the hottest months, with new cities and tactics being attempted regularly by groups constantly reeling from raids that are devastating and terrifying, but, due to the incompetence of an FBI whose investigative capacity has been neutered, fail to really disrupt things. As the weather cools off, exhausted activists will lick their wounds and make new plans. Scattered acts of disruption carried out by small groups or individual cells will occur year-round, but I expect large-scale demonstrations and clashes between demonstrators and law enforcement to follow a pattern not so different from what Afghanistan veterans knew as fighting season. Hot summers of mass activity, winters of raids and experimentation to scout holes for the next year's offensive. And as time goes on, the energy will build, the tension will build, and, of course, we might find ourselves reaching towards something that explodes in the not-too-distant future, perhaps a year or two down the line. Now, of course, none of this will occur in a vacuum or independent of the news churn that we've been drowning in for years. And this brings me to my next prediction, which is the coming of politics as unusual.
Wait, since when were they ever afraid to escalate? Well, they're not murdering journalists in the streets. They aren't like fucking sending kill squads to murder governors. If we're gonna go that route, understand there are reasons they aren't doing the certain worse things that they certainly have the power to do right now, and they aren't doing those things because on a certain level they're afraid, right? They're afraid of the consequences. I'd call my fucking God. For fuck's sake. Are you guys incapable of listening? Seriously. The idea that I'm putting forward here is just simply that, not that there won't be escalation, but there are certain things that they haven't escalated to yet. Because escalation requires climbing, it requires risk, it requires putting your ass on the line in some way. And I feel like I shouldn't have to really get into the nitty-gritty here of what I mean when I say there are reasons they aren't doing the things. If they wanted to, they could escalate all the way to nuking Portland. They aren't gonna do that for a lot of reasons. At least not right now. There are certain responses to certain situations that just aren't in the cards right now. And understand that when we're talking about escalations, we're talking about escalations to black bagging journalists and stringing them up from lampposts. We're talking gas chambers. We're talking crematoriums working overtime. When we're talking about escalations here, you guys are oh, well, when are they afraid? They are afraid. If they were not afraid, they would not have built a fucking or partnered with a fucking concentration camp in another country. You know, like, there's a reason they didn't just do the concentration camp here. You know, like, that, do you understand the point I'm getting at here? Is that there are certain steps you need to take before you can escalate to those points. And the reason they aren't escalating is because they're afraid of the consequences, not because they aren't evil motherfuckers. So, like, I'm just saying, like, they are afraid of certain consequences. And if you are saying no, then I have to ask, why aren't they doing worse? This is not as bad as it can be. At all. Remotely. You know? And you have to ask, why is it not as bad as it could be? That's all. That's it. The reason it's not as bad as it could be is not because they lack the will to make it as bad as it could be. It's not because they don't want to do that. It's because they are afraid of the consequences. It's because they fear us. They fear our power. They fear your power. None of this is to say what's happening right now isn't scary or isn't escalating towards worse outcomes. All of that is to say, like, it's going to continue to get worsen in a lot of different ways. But it's important to recognize why it's not that bad already. So, like, I hope that all makes sense, guys, because it's not a difficult concept I'm trying to convey here, and I feel like I was being pretty straightforward about it.
Apologize for coming back to the David Brooks of it all, but seeing a man who in 2017 wrote that Trump had changed and we really needed to stop stressing out over him, and then wrote a column attacking millennials for their tribalism, call for a general strike is a sign, and it's not a sign that Brooks has gotten smarter. It's a sign that we've entered radical times, and that radicalization spares not even the centrist. If the worst-case scenario occurs, and a few weeks from now U.S. soldiers are gunning down demonstrators while ICE officers cart elected Democrats off to CCOT, feel free to disregard this passage. But if the somewhat slower path prevails, I expect to see more politicians and news editors chase viewers as they sprint left, or at least away from the dissolving center. We've watched this process occur on the right during the Biden years, and to a degree it is still occurring out of a fear of reprisals under the Trump regime. I'm finalizing the script on the day 60 Minutes producer Bill Owens stepped down over interference from Paramount executives into his coverage of Donald Trump. But the polls have started moving against the right. Trump's public approval on immigration policy is underwater for the first time in years, and his approval on everything else is, while not always at record lows, diving with significant speed. The next several months of shipping data, as well as concerning early reporting on farm yields, suggests a near future in which a lot less will be available for everyone. We saw what a rising price of eggs did to Biden, and we've also seen Senator Chris Van Hollen go almost overnight from a marginal figure in U.S. politics to one of the most famous Democrats in the nation, all because he had the modest courage to fly to El Salvador and call the president's use of a foreign black site what it was. There will be more people like Van Hollen who display courage previously unseen in a moment of trial. But much more than that, there will be opportunists, those who see the wind blowing and chase the approval of crowds, more willing to countenance radical action in the streets than they were a year ago.
And it is worth noting that public opinion in this particular case matters a lot. It matters a lot. That shifting public opinion is what will serve as a check on the worst abuses. Genuinely. There are few things Donald Trump likes as much as being liked, and the fact that people fucking hate him even in his own party, because of what he's doing right now, is meaningful. It is something that will give them pause when they start contemplating their worst possible decisions.
Most politicians and most thought leaders in the old media are reactive, and I'm not saying that this will change, merely that what they react to will change because of who is in charge now and because of the desperation of the times brought on by Republican policies, which is going to paint a target on the backs of conservative leaders as large as the targets they've been painting on the backs of dissidents. And all of this means one thing, which is we're approaching the age of weird terror. So much has happened in this shitty, stupid year that I think we've all forgotten. 2025 opened with a military veteran blowing himself up in a Cybertruck in front of the Trump Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. His reasoning was based as much on the numerous head injuries he'd suffered in his service as it was on his exposure to right-wing propaganda, which convinced him that the Democrats needed to be dealt with. But he saw things clearly enough to know that yet another mass shooting or self-immolation or even a run-of-the-mill bomb wouldn't have garnered him or his manifesto any attention. So instead, he picked a Cybertruck and a Trump building, symbols of the two most viral men of our very stupid era, and he blew one of those up in front of the other. And by gummit, we all did pay attention, for a few days at least. Late last year, an anonymous gunman, the government believes to be Luigi Mangione, was even more successful at holding our attention with an even stranger attack, a brazen and nigh perfectly executed assassination carried out by a man with a dazzling smile and the wisdom to pick the most universally hated target that exists today, a healthcare CEO. We have all watched so many mass shootings at schools, at grocery stores, nightclubs, everywhere imaginable, that they've lost the ability to shock us. But targeted assassinations of people at the top of the food chain are so rare that they can't help but draw eyeballs. And sheer rollicking strangeness, like we saw in Vegas, has a captivating power all its own. We will see more of both kinds of attacks in the months to come. The arson attempt on Governor Shapiro's home, bizarre at least for the extensive damage done, might be seen as another data point on this list. But as new figures rise to prominence within new protest movements, we will see attempts to kill them. Furious and deranged Trump supporters armed with cars and guns and Trump-branded pocket knives will do as they've been doing. And this part won't be new. What I do expect will be new is the increased threat felt by the oligarchs at the top of the system, as intelligent and patient young people continue to plot ways to go after them in the places and times where they feel invulnerable. And I also expect that editors and journalists will continue to learn that these actions draw eyeballs more than almost anything else.
Yeah. So this is like, I think in the short term, the vector, not the vector, but like the thing we have to be worried about. The short-term threat here for the vast majority of us is like this weird terror that Robert Evans is talking about here. And there's not, like, all we can really do about that is be aware of our surroundings and see what is happening and to pay attention. Imminent? Like, I don't know. I can't predict when a terrorist attack is going to happen. I'm not the Minority Report. Hell, I'm not even the Majority Report. But what I am saying is that, like, especially as these tariff price hikes hit, especially as food becomes more expensive, expect prices to go way up. And there are going to be people who are going to be very angry about this and who are going to want to lash out at the world for various, perceived slights. Do we have any idea why the arsonist did that? My rear end, I looked into it just out of curiosity off stream, and my best assessment is that the guy was genuinely just kind of crazy. He's not like he wasn't like a far right extremist in like the sense of MAGA, but it seems like he just kind of hated the government in general, like both sides. He viewed them as fucking over people, and so he went after Josh Shapiro. Seemed to have like a big misogyny streak. Unknown if that really played a role in it or whatever, but yeah. Basically, everyone who lived around him was like, "Yeah, that guy, something wasn't right about him." But yeah, the big short-term risk here is weird terror. Though I expect there will be further escalations when it comes to the Trump administration trying to deport people in various creative ways. I do see that there's going. I feel from the way things have been going that this is all going to be stymied in the courts, and if not, that's like the next point of escalation from the Trump administration. But it's really hard to ignore Supreme Court orders while also saying you're obeying the Supreme Court. At a certain point, people realize you're full of bullshit. At a certain point, something's got to give.
And while all that's going on, the truly unbalanced among us will find ways to hitchhike off the well-publicized turmoil coming our way and make their own confounding statements. There will be public suicides and attacks utilizing weapons and tools we can't yet imagine, at least not openly on a podcast without receiving a visit from some friendly alphabet boy or another. I don't know what exactly to expect beyond the unexpected and the very, very silly. And, of course, as we talk about weird terrorism,
And yes, there have already been 3 minors who are U.S. citizens who were deported. I would expect that we're going to see others. But the main thing to pay attention to with that is, when do they start, disappearing U.S. citizens to like foreign soil? In terms of not just like children who are in the custody of like undocumented folks, but like, full on just a guy who they're saying is, a threat who needs to be deported.
Mean to discount the Nazi accelerationist types here. They'll keep trying. But if they want to raise above the chatter in an even more crowded media ecosystem, even they're going to find ways to get weird with it. After all, an attack no one notices isn't likely to accelerate much of anything. And I guess that's what I've got right now. I've got 10 pages or so on what I see coming. I didn't come up with a smooth, sexy ending for this, like a writer should, because I'm tired and thinking about this isn't fun. But I did a lot.
But that's that one American in Twitch chat writes, I think that's what Trump's little bald shit is waiting for, the courts to act directly against them, though the fact that Trump seems to be being kept out of the loop might stroke his ego in exactly the wrong way for their plans. The other part about that is just that they wouldn't be lying about what the Supreme Court has been saying, because the court has already ruled 9-0 against the Trump administration. That's already happened. And rather than saying, we're not going to listen to you, they've been spinning it as the court ruled 0-9 in favor of the Trump administration. So like, they're still lying about that. And they're lying because they're, still kind of afraid to come out directly against the courts. Because honestly, most Americans, if you look at the polling on this, it's like 85% across like all lines, across Republicans, Democrats, Independents, etc. 85% of America believes that if the Supreme Court gives an order, the Trump administration should follow it. So they have to lie to keep up the pretenses. They can't actually get away with just saying, nuh-uh. And that lie is not going to hold up if they directly go against the Supreme Court. Did they lie? Yeah. Lied about what? Stephen Miller said on camera that the Supreme Court ruled 0-9 in favor of the Trump administration, and that just isn't so. It is actually the opposite. Trump doesn't have 100% control of the military. One of the guys who was fired earlier today put out a statement basically saying that Pete Hegseth spends the majority of his time concerned about leakers rather than actually doing his job. Like they're not a functional. They have functional control of very little. Really? Did they not vote in favor of Trump? No. The Supreme Court put out a 9-0 ruling saying the Trump administration is obligated to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And they lied about that repeatedly on camera, saying that the Supreme Court ruled 0-9 in favor of the Trump administration. Vosh thinks that Miller isn't telling Trump everything, is keeping him in the dark. Yeah, I mean, Trump is basically zooted out of his mind. Like he's old as shit and his brain is soup. Did they rule that Trump had to bring or just facilitate? Hey, if you are trying to argue that facilitate doesn't mean bring him back, I think you would be pretty upset if it was somebody's job to facilitate you getting your meds in a hospital and then they didn't do it, right? If you were in a hospital and a nurse had a job to facilitate getting you meds and you didn't get those meds, I think you'd be pretty upset. So don't try and like do this shit. Boo. I couldn't find out how often the Supreme Court makes a unanimous decision. I know it's not common, especially not on this court. Isn't the court ruling that government cannot be compelled in this manner? No, actually. That's why there are multiple contempt proceedings currently underway against the U.S. government in courts that were supported and empowered by that SCOTUS ruling. Like, to be perfectly clear, they issued this ruling at 1 o'clock in the morning. Do you know how angry you have to get those old sons of bitches for them to get out of bed and do a ruling at 1 o'clock in the morning? Do you have any idea? They aren't getting out of bed at 1 o'clock in the morning to put out a ruling to support the Trump administration. Like, get the fuck out of here if you think those old crotchety fucks are doing that. The ruling was that the court had to facilitate while still having respect to Article 2. Yeah. And yet, here we are. That is not a ruling in favor of the Trump administration. I think my theory on the cold feet from SCOTUS is that John Roberts realizes they cannot control the president. No, it's that John Roberts is affronted by the rudeness of the president. Wait, what? My understanding is that zooted is from like a British word for marijuana, like a marijuana joint. Yeah, a zoot suit is something very different. But I don't think zoot suit and zooted are related. I think those are two different things. Ba-da-ba-ba. Boom. Boom. Just sensitive to that right now? That's okay. Let's finish this podcast up, huh?
There you are. I suppose the thing you're asking now is, what the fuck do I do about it? And, you know, that's what we talk about a lot on this show. Organize with your friends, get involved, find ways to help people, take a Stop the Bleed class, and for the love of God, keep your eyes open.
Anyway, folks, go subscribe to It Could Happen Here. It's a great show. Robert Evans does a great job on that podcast. Go check it out. I'll, again, link the episode here for you guys to go check out, listen
You
to
just
it
tore
again.
me away from drawing a turd in a MAGA hat. Are we planning a zoot suit riot? I'm in. Let's swing into action.
It's all good, One-Eyed Heathen. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I did the Stop the Bleed class online. It was super easy. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's a scary time that we live in. And it is very likely to get worse. A Stop the Bleed class. It's a medic training class. So yeah, it's gonna get worse. It is going to escalate. But understand that, like, it's not the where things are, it's not written in stone that it's going to get worse in any one particular way. It could get a lot worse really quickly. It could simmer. It could go back and forth, ebb and flow. But ultimately, it is going to be an unpleasant time in the near future. Buy some beans, Stop the Bleed. And for the love of God, don't let this stop you getting out there, making noise, using your First Amendment rights, you know? The court order said clearly foreign affairs are the president's prerogative. That's not how you spell prerogative. And now lower courts have to figure out if this defense holds. The case is still pending without further orders. Yet they mentioned that it's Article 2. However, the court also ordered the facilitation of the return of Abrego Garcia. So, like, again, they're basically saying Article 2 is the president's purview because that is what Article 2 of the Constitution says. However, They also know, and this lower court has them on the record as saying, again, they being the government, saying that they sent this man away by accident. They fucked up. So the court ordering the facilitation of the return of Abrego Garcia is specifically because the government has already acknowledged that he was not supposed to be sent there. Because there is a court order allowing him to stay in this country, specifically barring the government from deporting him to El Salvador. So, like, again, by the government's own admission, this is a massive fuck up. And what the Trump administration is trying to say is that, oh, well, too bad. We are merely paying millions of dollars to have him imprisoned, but there's nothing we can do about that. And that's just not true. And what has happened in that lower court case, because I've actually paid attention to it, it's not pending. It is actively going through what is called a depositionary period. They are requesting documents. They are deposing members of the government on who signed affidavits stating certain things about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They're also calling certain members of the administration in to testify. And what's going to happen now is if those people lied, they're going to go to prison. And the issue here is that a lot of people are lying in this case. A lot of people are being very obtuse in this case. And what needs to happen is we need to understand what the actual terms of the agreement between the United States and El Salvador are. Because the government's argument here is that there's no way for them to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia because Kilmar Abrego Garcia is in the custody of the El Salvadoran government. However, there is a concept in law called constructed custody, whereby if you have constructed a means of essentially holding a person illegally, even if you are saying, oh, it's not in my direct control, you are still responsible for and have means to return that person. If you have the means to construct their detention, you have the means to deconstruct their detention. So, again, trying to claim, oh, well, the government just can't do anything about it. Understand also that the precedent that would set would essentially mean that as long as the government can whisk you away to a foreign soil faster than the law can respond, they can do that to anybody. That's the precedent being set here. And it doesn't matter if that person is a US citizen or not, because they aren't going to be afforded time in court to prove or disprove the government's claims. The government will simply put them wherever they feel like outside of their control, whether it's in El Salvador, Mongolia, etc., whatever country they do a deal with. So again, when you're trying to argue, oh, well, they can't facilitate his return because it's just, the president made a very special kind of deal, that isn't something that holds up in court. And that's why the Supreme Court got off their ass at 1 o'clock in the morning specifically to put out an order like that. Okay? That's why the Supreme Court gave a unanimous decision against Donald Trump's arguments in court, against the DOJ's arguments in court. You can argue, well, it's fine, actually, if the government just sends someone on a military plane to another country to rot in one of their prisons, as long as they do it faster than they can contact their lawyer. But I think that that's a pretty shitty and pretty fucking traitorous stance to have, frankly. Not just a traitor to the United States, but a traitor to the idea and ideal of the United States. The idea that we, the people, run this country. So maybe reconsider your ideas. What was the 7-2 decision the other day about? I don't remember. I'm very ill today, so I don't remember. I'm sorry. Wait, who called tzatziki sauce ranch? Who did that? Why? What's to stop them putting anyone in a barge and giving them to Poseidon if so? Dronder? Literally nothing. Literally nothing would stop them under that kind of precedent from basically just whisking people off faster than the law can respond into international waters and then massacring them. Oh, the 7-2 decision. Yeah, the 7-2 decision was about the people who were going to be deported to Sikot. Yeah. It's funny watching them continue to blame Biden 100 days in. Yeah, for sure. Whew. I'm going to pee. When I get back, we're going to dig a hole. No, I had to scrub the toilet because I put some toilet cleaner in there because it was nasty. Also, if you're enjoying the show, hit the button. Hit the button, chat. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click Okay, wait. The latest you can find is the government. I'm sorry. The latest you can find in this court case about Judge Sinis, sorry, is that she ordered the daily updates. You have not even tried to find more info, and I know that because I pay attention to this shit. God damn. Sake Tanuki. A connoisseur of the TFT world. Because you would also know that the latest update was specifically amending that case. The reason... Really, that's the last motion. Do you know what else was part of that last motion? Do you think that that was the only part of the motion? Just gonna let the other part of it dangle? The motion says nothing else. That's really interesting because the reason she dropped that requirement was specifically because the attorneys for Kilmar Abrego Garcia made a request that she granted to expand that particular lawsuit to include all the people who were sent to that CCOT prison concentration camp. So, yeah, that's super interesting because you're just looking at the motion and not looking at any of the goddamn reporting on it because you're not intellectually curious. It's crazy. Wait a minute. I can't read. Ho ho ho. There's a treasure. Wait, explodes when battery's empty. I don't like that. How do you know what's in motion 101? How about you go suck Trump's dick some more? How about you go do that? I'm gonna dig a hole.
Does this game qualify as shovelware?
Yes. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it, Sake Tanuki. Wait, can I dig other things? Can I sit? Okay, I can only dig soil. Cool. Can't dig anywhere else. Do you know anyone who have access to those sealed motions? I don't know, man. Maybe look at what's happening with the case beyond just looking at one motion that you think marginally, like, improves your specific ideological position. You know, like, solar punk, I love that. I have $1. I guess I'll save my game. Oh, I recharge for $1. Okay, cool. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the additional 5
Hashtag
tier 1
plans
subs.
got soiled again.
Maybe I need to, like, do a spiraling staircase down. But for now, let's just, This is fun. This is just gonna extend a sea lion? Yeah. It's kind of unfortunate, right? Because, like, I'm down to have a conversation about it, but genuinely, there are just so many people who are just gonna be like, actually, it's totally fine. You see, it was totally based and red-pilled for Donald Trump to send this man to El Salvador. And really, when you think about it, there's a lot of merit to the fact that, oh no, okay. Okay, I need more rocks. The recharge did not fully recharge my inventory. Oh, I didn't sell. My bad. Rocks. Cool. Huh. Well, actually, it's totally fine to send someone to a concentration camp. I'm gonna need to make, like, a ramp. I think I'm gonna start doing that. Huh. This is very relaxing. Wait, already the ground looks very similar to syphilis? What? I don't know, it just seems to me that, like, it should be patently obvious that, like, what is happening is not legal or good or desirable. And there are just a lot of people who are totally okay with it. And I don't understand, except that they think that it won't or couldn't happen to them, you know? Mole people, look like people, act like mole. Hell yeah, I hit pay dirt, baby! Actually traumatizing to see family defend this. Yeah, it's really fucked up. You know, and I just don't get it. Oh, wait. A rock. Another rock. Or destroyed. Aw. Come on, jeez. That hand trowel is miserable. Yeah, I should probably upgrade it to something better. Wait, I can buy dynamite? Ah. Oh.
People defending Trump need to look up the First They Came poem.
You know, yes, but also I don't think they care, you know? Because it's never them. Oh, now look, now we're cooking with gas. Hell yeah. Inventory full. Like, part of what I think a lot of us need to understand about some people in this Trump coalition in MAGA world is that they're so far gone that they would genuinely be okay if they found out, like, they were killing these migrants in, like, El Salvador. There's nothing that could be done that would persuade them that Donald Trump is bad until it personally affects them. Oh, new material. I don't know what I got. Got some coal. Ooh, upgrade my inventory? Upgrade my battery pack. There we go. Should also upgrade my my inventory. Holding 3 of anything is going to rapidly be very not great. Did anything ever come from those satellite pictures of the stains in Seacot? Not that I know of, which is why I said people should probably chill. Also, we know that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is alive, and I feel like they definitely wouldn't have allowed him to meet with a U.S. senator if they were massacring people inside the prison. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. No. I was arrested, I think my own mother would still be a Trump supporter. Yeah, like, I think it's gonna take, like, some actually heinous shit for some of these people to radicalize against Donald Trump. I do think a lot is going to happen when we're talking about, like, prices. Like, there are so many people whose factory jobs are just going to be decimated by these tariffs, and I do think that's going to wake up some people. You can only say so many times, like, oh, just you wait, it's going to juice the economy, before it becomes clear that it's not actually going to juice the economy, you know? You whispered me. Yo, congratulations, Entrama! That's wonderful! I love that for you. Everyone, say congratulations, Entrama. Very important. If you don't, I'll cry. Gonna go? See ya, one-eyed heathen. I know gaming streams aren't everyone's cup of tea, but I do appreciate folks sticking around for a bit, especially because, you know, I need you guys to watch and give me money in order to not die, which is what makes taking sick days so difficult. Oh God. This is super chill. Should I be worried about Gen Z being reactionary? I don't think so. I think there are a lot of people saying that Gen Z is more reactionary, but I don't actually think that is true if you look at the stats. I think there are a lot of reactionary content creators who are Zoomers, but I don't think that's representative of Zoomers by and large, you know? I think, like, most Zoomers are actually very progressive. There's just a market for, amongst older folks, like millennials and Gen X, there's a market for a certain type of young conservative that's, you know, religious influencer, for example, like, they're willing to play that role. Does that make sense? Gen Z isn't, like, more conservative. They're not radicalizing towards conservatism. Ah. I'm now 1 meter down. Take note of where the coal is, because in the real world, it's an indicator of gold deposits. Oh! I wonder if this has real-world mining elements. Although I'm not finding more stuff so far, which is not great. There we go. What's the goal of this game? Well, so the setup for the game is that we moved into this house that only cost $10,000. And now we're trying, but they said there's a treasure dug in the back. There's an X painted on the yard. You can still see a little bit of the X. That says the treasure is down here somewhere. So we're digging a hole to find this treasure. We got a cheap house. We're living this. Honestly, this is the millennial dream. This is you know, you get cheap real estate and the opportunity to build your own really big hole. Which is a huge bonus for some people. All right. can now afford the next shovel. Let's go. Yeah, honestly, like if I found a $10,000 house, guys, I'd have a new house. Okay, I feel like I need to make like a little like ramp. Oh my goodness. Maybe Encino Man is down there, right? You guys get me. This is very relaxing. It's like one of those YouTube channels where they just build holes. Oh, new material. What did I find? Ooh, some iron. Media Breakdown, thank you for the $2 super chat. And yeah, chill stream. I'm sick. And also, like, maybe we'll, if you guys are, like, wanting a little bit more politics with the chillness, we could listen to or cover some of those Republican town halls that have been happening. Maybe the riches are what I've found along the way. I need a bigger backpack. Is there still rage at the town halls? Oh, fuck yeah, there is. We just haven't had time to talk about them because everything else has been on fire, you know? I heard those are not very chill. They are not very chill. But, you know, it might bring joy, so I thought I'd throw the offer out there. We're gonna have the fucking... Oh! Is Paladin, are you still here? Have you seen Brave Bang Bravern? Because I think you'd fucking love that show. Pro tip: if your battery gets to 0, it explodes. Yeah, I'm trying to be very careful, but I'm also trying to get the most out of my battery. It's so fucking funny. Brave Bang Bravern. Everyone should check it out. Oh, Paladin, it's so good. It's so good. They resurrected Bravern as like a but with the homoeroticism of like the Top Gun volleyball scene. If you like turned it up to 11, it's so fucking good. There we go. I just want to be able to keep getting out of the hole. Let's charge this battery up. Maybe the riches that I was promised are the hole we dug along the way. Strip mining my house to make a profit. This is how we all must live in Trump's America. You gonna dig up the whole yard? Well, I think the goal is to go down. I'm only 2 meters down so far. Just a wealth of resources here, though. I don't need a jetpack. I got legs. Oh, but remember, Liz Galahad, they're both evil and stupid, you know? I guess I'll get these upgrades. I now have a lamp. Yeah, watch the first episode, Paladin, and let me know if that sold you on the entire series, because it sold me on it. Actually, I should make clear that I want to go deep here. This is my hole. It was made for me. Cool. Evil is a form of stupid? I don't know that that's true. Like, I can kind of see it, but also sometimes I think people are just evil even when they're smart. Man, there's a part of my brain that is really upset that I can't, like, smooth this out. There's Stewville. All right. Digging a hole, digging a hole, digging a hole. Object detected? What does that mean? Should probably save. Does it rain ever and make the hole wet and need pumping out? The number of ways I could respond to that. Wait, we have a... I have a little object detector? Show me the object. I didn't know I had like a little object scanner. I got a money bag, baby. Okay. Hell yeah, better shovel, better pizza, Papa John's. How do you feel in retrospect about the stream where you had to give a pep talk after the election? Like, can you be more specific? It's like all the streams after the election. I think that they dropped Elon. I think the waste, fraud, and abuse line was to justify Elon Musk. And he's definitely making, like, fewer public appearances. I don't think that that's evidenced by the way of, like, him being gone from politics forever or anything, but, like... How do I put this? I think they are trying to distance themselves and their actions from Elon because they find him and the narrative around him very inconvenient for their cause. Does that make sense? Inventory already. The morning after the election. I don't remember that stream. So can you be more specific about what I, like, what I said? Like, I feel like you're asking me something specific about what I said, and I don't know how to answer that question without more specifics. Depression and cope? Yeah, probably. Sounds about right. I hope we don't get a more competent billionaire in his place. I don't think that's going to happen. Have I seen the game Egg Harvetier? No. What is that? Hey, Gamer G. Hope you're doing all right. Biggest source of hopium. Don't just look to protest, look to public polling. Every week, it's increasingly looking worse and worse for Trump. Keep in mind, polling lags a week or two behind current events. Trump is basically no swing supporter left, just his base, and even then, the actions he's doing hit 60 or 70% unpopularity among the public. They just count on Trump's base, and Republicans not believing they're doing that. Yeah, it's true. Like, the polling numbers we're seeing are on the verge of like affecting the political calculus of Republicans. And when that happens, all bets are off. I mean, I don't want to like be premature and get your hopes up about like impeachment or anything, but like genuinely, it took like 3 or 4 days of the market being in free fall for Republicans to start coming out against Trump and start talking about taking back tariff powers. And the only reason they didn't do that was because he pulled back on that. If tariff damage keeps worsening and suddenly their constituents are freaking the fuck out, even the Republican ones, then all I'm saying is if you have the votes to take back tariff powers, you have the votes to impeach. Yeah, Super Jet Guy, like, was there something specific from that stream? Oh, man. I've gone through so much water today. Big water jug, big water cup. Also, my body hurts. Like, all my bones are sore. Also, I just want to say sorry if anyone has reached out and tried to like DM or like email me, because like I'm not on the ball with anything right now. I've mostly been asleep. Has the dono ghost been gnawing at your bones? That might be. It might be what's happening. Maybe I need more donos. Every day I'm in the content mines. So much coal. Giving a speech about love. Yeah, I don't remember that, sorry. Keep in mind, since the election, I have recorded approximately, just by average, probably about 700 hours of content. I sound silly, don't I? No, I just know that that was like a really hard time, you know, like, and I did my best because I know like a lot of you were in a really bad spot after the election, and you know, so was I. And it's just, yeah, I stand by everything I said. Like, I know that it was real fucking rough, and, you know, I know that a lot of, like, some of our worst fears have already come true, but, like, we've been mobilizing and doing something about it. And that's a powerful thing. So I certainly feel better today than I did right after the election. I'll tell you that much. You don't need to pick up every rock. Yeah, I do. You don't know me. This is my property. But I do need to go deeper. Like the dwarves of Moria, I must dig greedily and deep if I'm to find this treasure. Only 8 meters down. Child's play. A child could dig this deep. There we go. The battery is connected to the jetpack. That's true.
Deeper, much deeper. I need my butterfly. King Butterfly.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and thank you for being one of the consistent supporters of my gaming streams. I very much appreciate it. It is what allows me to do more of these. Diggy 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 hole? Indeed. We are diggy 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 hole. Together we are whole. I am whole. See? We got a bunch of subs in here. It's all good. Hit me up with your politics questions, chat. I like talking about just, you know, not existential crises politics from time to time. You know, it's nice to not feel like you're on the brink of being destroyed. And sure, nothing materially about our current circumstances has changed, but I'm playing a cool game about digging a hole, and that feels nice. What are your feelings about the People's First Party? Well, you know, I feel like the people deserve more than a first party. They deserve like a second party, a third party, a fourth party. Like they deserve a lot of different parties. People, chat especially, really need to understand that the emotional atmosphere is built out of their communication, shaped out of their vision of the future, and that the emotional atmosphere is a vital part of controlling what happens next. In other words, hope for the best because it builds morale. Anything to add, or would you disagree? I think that is partly true. You know, like, part of our movement needs to be and include a vision for a better future. You know, a nihilistic movement that is predicated on the idea that, like, everything sucks and nothing will fundamentally change, that's not going to be useful for us. You know, it's not going to be helpful for actually building something afterwards. And I think building a movement involves building something beautiful that you can all believe in collectively. I think that's why Bernie Sanders in particular is so good at what he does, and that's because he gives people something to believe in, you know? And I think we need to be doing the same ourselves in how we communicate. Not just, like, you know, when we're protesting, but also just like when we're interacting with each other interpersonally. So yeah, I agree with that quite hard. You know, there's a reason why having a dream resonated with so many people when Martin Luther King marched. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't. I saw that I could upgrade my shovel, and I just did it. I didn't think about the fact that I don't have much battery. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, into the mines I go. Is that a cavern? Oh ho ho. Please don't run out of batteries. Okay. This way! Hello, Alan Smith. I'm doing alright. Still very sick. Still not doing so hot. Trying my best. What is the meaning of like? What is the meaning of life? Honestly, whatever you want it to be. Whatever you make it. Generally, the meaning I take is that I want to, you know, the same kind of ethos that one might have about littering. You know, I want to leave the world a more beautiful place than when I found it. You know, I want to leave a world where, you know, our children can enjoy sunsets together without, you know, being dehydrated and dying in the heat. A world where they don't have to worry about health care and don't have to worry about housing. You know, a kinder world, a gentler world, because it doesn't have to be so hard. Would you agree the political compass tests are basically bullshit? I mean, kind of. Like, genuinely, I don't get them. I don't think people need a compass test to tell them what they believe in or what they are, you know? Like, I think preoccupation with labels isn't really particularly helpful, you know? Ultimately, what matters is what you believe and why. And having a visual representation might be helpful in some cases, but like ultimately doesn't matter all that much, you know? Kind of like how I understand and know that Sam Cedar is, you know, a left-leaning progressive who believes in most of the same things that I do, and I don't need to see like a political compass test or to be able to like label him correctly, because I can see his advocacy. It speaks for itself, you know? I think we should all endeavor to not get so hung up on labels and focus instead on the actual positions of people. Because I think people getting hung up on labels is precisely how some people get bamboozled into, you know, the Jimmy Dore side of things. Does that make sense? Like, care about the substance rather than like the aesthetics, and you'll be so much better off. Okay, this hole has officially taken over this yard. 0 resale value. Okay, I should go check out this tunnel. Oh boy. Okay. How did I even get down here? Oh no. Okay. Well, got a little bit of a pickle here, don't we? I could very well die down here. I have no idea how I wound up in here. This is a little terrifying, I'm not gonna lie. Into the room. There's no crouch button. Okay, so we have our little thing here. Oh no. Okay, how did I get so lost by falling down a hole? I also only have one light. Alright. Well, oh, the house foundation. It's fine. It's fine. Oh god, I'm too big. I can't fit up there yet. Fuck me. Oh god. Oh god. All right, don't panic. All right. So I have no lights. I have this. Yep, battery low. Yep. This is the exact problem I was trying to avoid by building my little staircase. Exact problem. Oh my god, why? Fuck. Ah! The sky! Fuck. What is stopping me? Oh god. I'm gonna die. Shit. So close. And yet so far. Alright. I think I'm dead. Yep. Okay. Stop. I couldn't stop. I was trapped. Alright. But I'm back. I lost all my ores, but it's okay. Gonna recharge and heal. Also gonna buy some lamps, because I now realize why one might need a lamp when digging a hole. I'll be right back. I need to pee some more because I'm drinking so much water. Be right back. I only have the money. God damn it. People are retweeting and re-spreading a post that I made, which is great. But it's a post where I typoed real hard, and I have an English degree. It's a matter of pride. I only bought 2 lamps, guys. Oh my god. I've never seen a game do this. Thank you, video game. That was delightful. Okay, time to be more careful about going down into that tunnel. Oh god. Almost immediately went back on my word. Hey. Wait, who's saying putting in effort is predatory? What? Chat, I was gone for like a minute and a half. Do you have a favorite Warhammer faction? Or do I not play? I don't play Warhammer, but I really like the lore of Warhammer, which I know might sound like a little weird. I get really big into the lore of like different things, even if I don't play. For a while, I was really into the lore of Exalted, which you play tabletop. You know what I just said. I know so much about the lore of Exalted. It's fucking nuts. I mean, GamerG, I'm not opposed to doing that. I just don't know how to fucking play Dwarf Fortress. I wish I did. I've given it so many tries. So many honest-to-God shots. But man, it needs a bit more user-friendliness to it. And I know that people have modded it to be more user-friendly, but like... I don't know, it's a lot. It's a lot to handle. It's a lot of video game. It's like RimWorld if it hates you. Yeah, but like RimWorld, I can understand what's happening. I know about World of Darkness, less about Chronicles of Darkness. I don't know that one. Ah, the poll continues. Wonder. So you guys are opposed to like a town hall video. I wonder if there's other long form brain rot. Now what do we learn? Don't drop down into the hole. I enjoy those town halls. You watched a good speech? Was it from Al Gore? Because Al Gore fucking slapped the shit out of fascists. That was kind of beautiful. The Tim Walz address. Yes. Maybe. We've watched a lot of Tim Walz. God. We need to go down more. What is this?
So thank you all for being here today. I know that many of you are likely tired of this topic and the frequency with which it comes up in secular spaces. But I think most of you also...
Oh, is this Arden Hart? Nice. I know this YouTuber. Wait, how does Arden Hart only have 686 subscribers on YouTube? That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't compute. I should not have a larger channel than her. Confronting transphobia in the secular movement? Beep, boop. Who is it? Arden Hart. She like helps host The Line, different call-in shows like that. Honestly, she's great. Good talk. You know what? Fuck it. Let's ball. Pull this up. And after this, if I still have Steam, we'll do a town hall. How about that? And Burp. Oh wait, I need this. My bad. Real quick. Boom. Boop. It took Twitch chat away with that. There we go. Burp. Didn't know Al Gore. You know what? Before we do this, because you guys are talking about Al Gore. It's just burp. Burp. And Al Gore. Where you at? There we go. I tried really hard to find this full speech and I couldn't find it, but this is pretty good.
We've already seen, by the way, how populist authoritarian leaders have used migrants as scapegoats and have fanned the fires of xenophobia to fuel their own rise to power. And power seeking is what this is all about. Our Constitution, written by our founders, is intended to protect us against a threat identical to Donald Trump, someone who seeks power at all costs to get more power. I understand very well why it is wrong to compare Adolf Hitler's Third Reich to any other movement. It was uniquely evil, full stop. I get it. But there are important lessons from the history of that emergent evil, and here is one that I regard as essential. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, a small group of philosophers who had escaped Hitler's murderous regime returned to Germany and performed a kind of moral autopsy on the Third Reich. The most famous of the so-called Frankfurt School of philosophers was a man named Jürgen Habermas, best known, I would say, but it was Habermas's mentor, Theodor Adorno, who wrote that the first step in that nation's descent into hell was, and I quote, the conversion of all questions of truth into questions of power. He described how the Nazis, and I quote again, attacked the very heart of the distinction between true and false, end quote. The Trump administration is insisting on trying to create their own preferred version of reality. They say Ukraine attacked Russia instead of the other way around, and expect us to believe it. At home, they attack heroes who have defended our nation in war and against cyber attacks as traitors.
I really want to find that whole speech because he kind of cooking. Not gonna lie, he kind of cooking. That's why they hate the Frankfurt School. Yeah, if you've never put it together, they hate the Frankfurt School because of the conclusions the Frankfurt School arrived at following World War II. You know, about specifically ways to check the rise of authoritarianism and the power of capital itself. So, like, that is a very big reason for why Frankfurt School is constantly brought up. Yeah, Al Gore's always been based, and like genuinely, it makes me sad at what could have been. We could have had something great there. World would have been at least marginally different. The power of what? The ability for authoritarians to consolidate power, the ability of capital to consolidate power, etc. Did I put Arden? There we go.
So thank you all for being here today. I know that many of you are likely tired of this topic and the frequency with which it comes up in secular spaces. But I think most of you also recognize that it does so because the stakes are really high right now. So I do genuinely appreciate your time while we have it. I am here to talk to you guys about the problem of transphobia within the secular movement. And while I will be naming some names, calling out some specific people and some specific behaviors that I think should be concerning to all of us, this isn't about slinging mud to me.
Name and shame.
Or canceling anyone or branding them with a scarlet T. That is not my goal. I have appreciated and respected the work of the men I'm going to be talking about today, and I know all of you do too. If you don't know me, my name is Arden Hart. I am the head of production at The Line, the leading network for skeptic atheist call-in shows on YouTube. I've been a trans activist for many years now. I've been involved in protests and counter-protests, both in organizing and as a participant. I've hosted my own call-in show, Transatlantic, for over 4 years, where my co-hosts and I, who are all also trans, take calls from the public on this matter. To me, as someone deeply embedded in these spaces, talking to actual activists across the globe every day, calling someone or something transphobic isn't about accusing someone of a thought crime that they have to atone for. It's not an insult, at least in and of itself, meant to deride or demean. Now, if you call my show and I call you a stupid transphobe, that was me trying to deride or demean you. But if I say what you've said is transphobic, or your pattern of behavior consistently demonstrates that you're a transphobe, or you have an anti-trans bias, I am not trying to attack you. I am trying to open a door to help you reflect on how your words and your actions and your beliefs might be harming one of the most marginalized communities in the US right now. Obviously, we are far from the only one, and I'm not here to play the oppression Olympics. And listen, I know this community values good, robust debate of ideas, and I do too. It's tempting when Sam Harris or Richard Dawkins claim to be just asking questions to assume that they are simply engaging in that honest, skeptical back and forth. We don't live in a vacuum, and words have consequences, especially for people as influential as the ones we're talking about today. And furthermore, the statements we're going to go through show a fundamental misunderstanding of what actual trans people are actually asking for, which is, in summary, the most basic of human rights. Freedom from discrimination at our place of education, employment, and in housing, dignity and equal access to society, not having to manage our day around a pee schedule because someone might be uncomfortable with us in a bathroom.
Yeah, we do have to do that, and it really fucking sucks.
Worse, in the case of Dawkins, he has repeatedly platformed some of the most blatantly malicious and hateful voices out there. Like Helen Joyce, one of the first guests on his newest podcast, who has said that trans people are a huge problem to a sane world and that we need to reduce the amount of trans people. Now, I don't know how you go about reducing the amount of trans people that is functionally different from either conversion therapy or genocide, but I'd like to think we can all agree that that's a pretty abhorrent statement. He's also recommended the book Irreversible Damage by Abigail Schreier, a book whose central premise was based on a paper that was retracted by its own publisher for its poor sampling methods, including contacting parents on a forum specifically designed for parents who are upset about their kids being trans.
Yeah, that's
And again, this is not an attempt to erase the meaning you may have found in their earlier work. I believe all of them have contributed important ideas and credibility to skeptics and atheists such that we can organize for events like the one we're all at today. But you need to understand the stakes in the moment we're in. Last thought before we dive into the meat and potatoes of this talk, addressing some specific categories of anti-trans claims that are really common. I want to be clear that I don't expect you guys to retain every counter-argument. I'm going through them so that you know they exist. And I don't expect you guys to pick up a sword and become a trans activist yourself. I mean, it would be great. We really need your help out there, but that's not the point. I am hoping that in making this case that we can realign our priorities. Because if you were to ask me, the erosion of our right to due process is the most terrifying thing that is on the docket. But this topic is constantly in the news and in the mouths of these people, and so it needs to be addressed. Moreover, I hope I can convince you that the relentless assault on trans rights does nothing for robust debate, or truth, or skepticism. It does nothing for Enlightenment values, or humanism, or Western society, whatever that means. What it does is cede ground completely, in many cases, to the very people who want to see women in America stripped of the ability to make decisions about their own body. And once we start selling off our freedoms where it's convenient, do you think they'll stop there when they've tested the waters and felt that it's fine? It will be women, cisgender women, biological women, whatever you want to call them, who in many cases bear the brunt of transphobia for not looking womanly enough. Oops, there's supposed to be a... Oh, here we go. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Here's a few examples of some news stories where women were accused of being trans and caught flack over it, you know, pulled out of attacked in the case of the New York City woman here, and fired from Walmart for failing to report appropriately that she was accused of being a trans woman in a bathroom when she was not trans. It's going to be women, cisgender women, who lose scholarships and medals.
Can you just imagine for a minute, like, how fucked up it is for someone just to, like, accuse you of being trans and then you lose your job over it? Even though you're not trans, because that's how transphobic people are these days? You know, like, that's nuts to me. Like, I don't get that level of transphobia.
Not because a trans person beat them, but because they naturally had a slightly higher testosterone level due to a difference of sexual development, like in the case of Nagesa and Semenya here. The anti-trans movement is a Christian, I went a little too fast, sorry. The anti-trans movement is a Christian nationalist one to its core. It seeks to frame men as inherently stronger and superior, to control women's expressions and freedoms, and to define us by a chemical reaction at the time of conception. And right now, people are dying. Trans people are dying. Trans women of color are being murdered by their partners. Trans people are being imprisoned for washing their hands in a women's restroom. Legal residents are being deported to El Salvador without due process, and women are being arrested and fined for miscarriages. There is no time for fractures in our coalition because you find us inconvenient. You and everyone you know have immeasurably more in common with the most disadvantaged trans person than you could ever have with the billionaires and Christian nationalists who are in charge.
True. Solidarity forever.
So our first category is going to be on the claim that sex is binary. So I have a few quotes here from Richard Dawkins and Jerry Coyne. The top one says, "Race is a spectrum, but sex is pretty damn binary." Jerry Coyne says that under this definition of sex, nearly all individuals fit into a biological sex category. So I chose these quotes to start us off because I find them kind of funny. You see, the matter of whether or not sex is a binary is itself a true binary. Either it is or it isn't.
That's
there
right.
Are only two.
That's right. Sex is either yes, please, or no, thank you. That's it.
Options. To say that something is pretty damn binary or nearly binary exposes that it is not, in fact, a true binary. This is what's called bimodal, a data set where the majority of points occur at two locations, but not exclusively. Trans people, trans activists, and the trans-inclusive understanding of biological sex is not confused about the near 99% trend with which people tend to be sorted into these biological categories, nor does it deny the utility of these categories in things like research. Our model both captures the full scope of biology and makes room for the fact that some people don't fit neatly into one category or the other, and that humans, a social species, might, as a result of these exceptions, reject the expectations put upon them. So Dawkins initially made this claim with regard to chromosomes, but this argument has some really obvious flaws, like the fact that there are numerous examples of human beings who are, at the very least socially, uncontroversially, men and women. who lived their whole lives with the standard phenotype and social roles of men and women, and then later found out that their chromosomes were different. That's the case of, on the bottom there, the XY woman who ended up having 2 unassisted pregnancies and did not know she was XY until her daughter's karyotype was done. And there are XX men, like on the top, who have perfectly standard.
Yo ho ho, avast and shiver me timbers. Have you seen my mizzen-mast, madam? It's mizzen.
I have not, but thank you for the $5 dono and for the giggles. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Standard phenotypes of their genitals. So, even under the model that Richard Dawkins put forth, where the Y chromosome makes the man and the absence of one makes the woman, you still have women with penises and men getting pregnant. So the argument usually gets pushed back. Now they'll say, well, there's only 2 gamete types. That is the sperm, or the small mobile gamete, or the egg, the large immobile gamete. And this is usually how we determine the sex of a newly discovered species. It has a great deal of utility. But Coyne goes on to say, later in the quote that I shared in the last slide, that no individual makes gametes other than sperm or eggs, and no individual makes more than one of these, but fails to acknowledge that some people have the organs with which to remove those said gametes,
Who's there, Lady Ring?
or have the organs with which to produce the said gametes removed. Do people suddenly lose their sex when they have a hysterectomy or a vasectomy? That's clearly not the case, right? So the goalposts get moved again. This is a article from Jerry Coyne and Luana Maroja, where they say males are those with bodies designed to make sperm and females are those with bodies designed to make eggs. Kathleen Stock, another notorious career anti-trans activist on Dawkins' podcast, said, a female is any...
Can I just take a second to complain how unfair trans men's flexibility is? Getting to be a man and still do splits easily.
It is unfair, you know? And I feel like, as a trans woman, I get fucked over by not being able to do the splits easily. The worst of both worlds! JK, not the worst of both worlds. As we all know, sex isn't binary, and gender is also not binary. Therefore, there are infinite worlds. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Socket the Nerky.
Biological entity in a sexually dimorphic species that's on a developmental pathway toward the production of large gametes. Designed and on a pathway. So now we're not talking about what you are, or even describing what our bodies do. We're talking about what it's supposed to do. What it would have done should the circumstances have been different. Had the path not been derailed. This argument is not biology. This is prophecy. It's an assertion that there is some true essence of maleness and femaleness remaining even after every other identifiable feature that you say is necessary is proven to be insufficient.
Oh no.
We can say that about literally anything. Had the universe been slightly different, humans would have had tails like our ancestors. But we live in this reality where biology sometimes doesn't go the way we expect it to.
That's right, we were robbed of Tail World. Where are you off to? I'm off to get some tail. No, we're not.
Now the final position of the goalpost seemed to be that exceptions don't count. Jerry Coyne in this article says that, but genuine intersexes don't challenge the statement that sex is binary. They aren't classifiable as male or female, but nor do they constitute a third sex. But what's necessary to disprove the sex binary is not to prove that there's a third sex category, but simply to show that there are more than 2 possible options. And there are many more. You don't just get to toss out the exceptions to a universal statement you made because it's inconvenient to your argument. When you're in law or philosophy and you're making these sort of universal statements, we'll often do what's called testing the limiting principle. You know, we're looking on the edge cases to see if that is actually a truly universal rule, or if it's just a statistical trend. So imagine, if you will, you're checking into a hotel. You go up to the clerk, and the person behind the counter says, just so you know, all the rooms in this hotel are locked. You might be like, wow, that's really weird that you went out of your way to explain that. So let's say you go around and testing all the doors, and after testing all 100 doors in the hotel, you find that 2 are unlocked. You go back to them and you say, hey, you lied. There were 2 open doors. I walked in on people. And they go, whoa, but the exceptions don't break the rule. I mean, 98% of them are still that way. And, all of our fire alarms work. Are you gonna trust them? Are you staying in that hotel? But here's the truth of it. If every time your definition of binary gets challenged, you move the goalpost to protect the status of binary, you aren't seeking truth. You aren't defending a fact, you're defending a narrative. A very political narrative that serves to essentialize individual humans down to our reproductive capacity as a species. This is called the ecological fallacy, or the fallacy of division, that suggests that traits which are true of populations must necessarily be true of individuals within those populations. In putting aside the problem of whether or not a trans woman or a trans man is in fact a man or woman, what is the point of this conversation? Because it gets you views on YouTube? What power do you think we as trans people have that we are going to completely restructure biology and reality? It would seem to me that with such an influential and massive platform between these 3, that there could be a much better use of their time.
Placing some lamps to find your path? I got it.
Transness is a cult or a trend or a religion.
I bought 10 lamps.
I have a handful of quotes here for you from Sam Harris on one of his recent podcasts following the election. Many Americans reject the new metaphysics and even the new biology mandated by trans activists in the institutions they have successfully bullied and captured. There now seem to be countless examples of where the possibility of social contagion is obvious, where due to the success of trans activists in changing institutions, these kids are effectively in a cult, being brainwashed by a new orthodoxy. To say that they're women and any distinction between them and biological women for any purpose is a thought crime and an act of bigotry, that's the precept of a new religion. Ah yes, the big, mean trans person with enough power to make entire institutions tremble at the knee and rewrite biology.
It's true, we do make institutions weak at the knees.
Why is it that
78%
of trans people in a 2015 survey with 30,000 trans respondents want hormones, but only 49% receive them? If we're so powerful, why is it that 49% of those same respondents don't have IDs with the name or gender marker they were preferred? It's a real shit job we're doing with all this power we supposedly have. But furthermore, who exactly, I would love to know, is enforcing these alleged thought crimes? I actually appreciate one thing all of them have said, which is that while they may not understand or agree with every element of trans rights, that they would use the names and pronouns of a trans person if they requested it because it's a matter of politeness. Well, of course, trans people want those in our lives to see us for who we are. I have no claim to divine punishment for you not thinking I'm a woman. But of course, I'm not going to be comfortable with you or inclined to friendship with you if you don't value me the way my friends who see me as a woman actually value me. But this claim of trans as a religion comes up quite frequently on my show, Takis. The core of this claim seems to be the notion that when someone identifies as trans, since you have no access to the contents of their minds to prove it, the proclamation is tantamount to a spell or invocation or a claim of a relationship with God. It's well suited to an audience of atheists who already are predisposed to reject anything they perceive as religious, whether or not it actually is. This analogy, though, I think falls apart pretty quickly when you look closer. When someone makes a claim about a relationship with God, they're making a claim about external reality. They're asserting not just that a God exists, but that he can communicate with them. And in the minds of many Americans, he has a lot of opinions on what kinds of sex you can have and with whom, what clothes you can wear, what foods you can eat, endorses slavery and commits genocide and threatens us all with eternal damnation for disbelief.
I made it back to where I was before.
It has implications for every person who exists and will ever exist. However, when a trans person says they're a woman or a man or non-binary, they're not making a claim about some fundamental component of reality. It's a claim about their perception of their internal experience and sense of identity. They aren't rewriting everything you know about biology. They are just exposing that the biological essentialist model is insufficient to account for everyone's experience. If this brand of supposed skepticism were consistently applied, you would be the most unbearable person to talk to.
It's true.
Imagine if every time your friend mentioned their internal state, like, I'm gay, or I'm hungry, or I'm in pain, you demanded external proof lest they be accused of a New Age religion. Oh, you're in pain? Let me shove my fingers into your open wound and see how much you squeal. Oh, you're hungry? Eat this entire pizza right now. Oh, you're gay? Kiss every man in this room right now. Clearly, that's absurd. We rely on people's honest reporting of their—
I mean, that last one, that last one isn't as absurd. I feel like I know some gay people who would say that, like gay, lesbian folks, etc. Echoplex Media, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome. I really love that swear words are normalized now. They're not, but that's okay.
Their internal states every single day without calling it a religion. Doctors rely on honest self-report to be able to do clinical diagnostics with things like pain. When you went to the emergency room and saw that little smiley face scale, did you think that was some sort of objective test? Or was that a subjective measure you were reporting? Demanding external proof of a completely subjective internal experience doesn't make you skeptical, especially not when you're not applying it universally. It just makes you annoying. But this skepticism is tied to a hypothetical fear that I want to explore taking seriously for a second. Maybe someone is lying about their gender identity to do harm to someone else. Forget that transitioning is unequivocally the most inefficient way to go about dating on somebody. If somebody lies about anything to commit harm, like sexual assault, they should face the full consequences for their actions. But what you're mad about isn't trans people, it's the ineffectiveness in our systems of power to do anything about sexual assault. You are mad about rape culture. But this also demands that you can now suddenly read the mind of this potential fake trans person for a motivation when your entire stipulation was that you can't in fact read their mind. So another claim in this domain about trans being a religion is to cite the drastic uptick in people identifying as trans in the last 10 years. There's a number of different sources this comes from, but it's all from the UK. And while I don't think our boys dig into this one as much, it's in the similar domain. A lot of their peers use this, so I did want to address it. You'll hear about the 4,000% uptick in referrals to gender clinics between some point in the early 2000s and the mid-2010s in the UK. When you hear stats like this, it can be really shocking, because surely that's a lot, right? Well, not so much when you look at the base rate of where we're starting from. If I started a YouTube channel today and told one person, and that person subscribed, and I came back next year and told you I had a 4,000% increase in subscribers over the year, you might be like, damn, she's really making moves, until you saw that I had 41 subscribers. This 4,000% claim seems to be from about 50-ish in the pre-2010s to around 5,000 in the late 2010s. And the population of minors in the UK is about 17 million, meaning that this represents about 0.02% of the youth population there. But again, let's grant them the entire position and see if the conclusion makes sense. So, do mass numbers of people gathering over shared experiences constitute a cult? Does an upswell in a movement constitute a cult? Over at The Line, the network where I do call-in shows, we have several thousand live viewers on our flagship show every week. Hundreds of thousands over a week and several million in a month. Are we now a cult? How many times have we as atheists been accused of forming a new religion or cult because we like to congregate with people who understand us? That is simply the human condition. There is no divine trans edict, and that's why, like atheists, we do skew leftist and progressive in our politics, but that's more about what party is invested in protecting our rights, not our shared beliefs necessarily on every individual issue. There's consistently lots of disagreement in the trans community because we are a diverse group of people who share only this one fact of our birth. Trans people, as a community, aren't invoking supernatural or divine insight into our gender. Though some might feel it's a spiritual experience, I don't personally. I think we are our brains, and so any element of our identity has to be explained by a brain state. But we know trans identities exist. Even Sam, Dawkins, and Coyne will admit this, even if I think their standards of who seems to count are unreasonable. In short, labeling trans identities as a religion is not just logically inconsistent, it's dismissive of legitimate social concerns, unhelpful in resolving real-world issues like sexual assault. It's not an actual argument, true premises, or a conclusion, or evidence of harms of the trans movement. It's a shortcut to dismissing the well-being of an entire group of people by appealing to the sphere of a Jonestown cult level of manipulation for which there is simply no evidence. And even if some portion of the trans community could be described as a cult. Is this really the cult we're concerned about right now? Trump's FCC chair, thank you.
Hey, get him.
Trump's head of the FCC was recently seen sporting a gold Trump head pin. His supporters will readily tell you, we need a dictator, when seemingly the only negative side effect of the trans cult is adults reliving our missed years through cringy knee-high socks and colorful hair. I'm sorry, but I'm personally more concerned with the cult trying to establish a fucking dictator in the United States of America.
Also, we look good in the knee-high socks and with the colorful hair, okay? We do. Don't call us out like this. I don't think I've ever heard your story, now that I think about it. I vaguely remember you were also raised religious. Yeah. I was raised, relatively non-denominational, evangelical Christian. And my dad had gone to seminary. Oh, God. Oh boy. Sorry, just real quick. I'm very disoriented. There we go. And my dad had gone to seminary, and basically his attitude was, I learned everything there. I'm good on church forever. I never need to go again. But instead he would kind of like teach it. He did not believe in evolution, and he was a biblical literalist, and yeah, so I was very confused for a very long time. I went to, like, I was a good Christian boy. Went to a lot of Bible camp and wound up working at a Bible camp for a couple years before, while I was in college, and then realized that, like, a lot of people are super fucking hypocritical about what they believe, and it also made me question, like, the veracity of what I believed. And so, like, ultimately I wound up just kind of falling away from the church, along with questioning my religious beliefs. I figured, oh, well, it's also time for me to start dealing with this gender stuff. And then I realized I was trans, and yeah, it was really hard, and basically involved giving up, most of my life. Most of my loved ones and such, and it was really difficult, but I'm glad I did it, and I'm much better off and happier now, but it was not easy. I don't know, basically I remember asking a group in, like, not a group, but like a, like, I was involved in, like, not Campus Crusade, for Christ, that was never my jam, but like a similar-ish group. And I remember asking them, like, so where are we at on gay people? Oh, God. Where are we at on gay people? Like, the Bible is pretty clear, like, not in favor, but, like, gay people seem pretty cool and okay. And they were just like, oh yeah, well, some lesbian families give us money. And I was just like, wait a minute, what? wait, so you're okay with them because they give you money? And, like, that just kind of broke something in me, Oh my God, look at this. Look at how good this is. I have a drill now. I'm just melting the ground. Oh my God, this is amazing. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, and I don't know. In a lot of ways, I feel a lot of regret about my religious days. I do think that to some degree it informed like my political views now, but it. How do I put this? Like, to me, it feels like it robbed me. You know, it feels like my religious belief early in life robbed me of being able to be myself. Like, if I wasn't so religious, I wouldn't have, like, waited 25 years to transition. You know, and that, it makes me sad in retrospect. This thing is so cool. Why are we digging this hole in this pleasant backyard? Because there's a treasure down there.
This section is about trans inclusion in sports and spaces. So all three, Dawkins, Harris, and Coyne, have firmly planted their flags on this hill. Sam says that Americans aren't really into seeing biological men punch women in the face at the Olympics. A claim loaded with language meant to evoke a very particular image, and one for which he has no good evidence. The evidence for the claim that Aman Khalif is a transgender person is dubious at best, one coming from a Russian boxing federation with a vested interest in preserving the record of one of their athletes. And the evidence to the contrary includes the woman who resigned in the fight saying it had nothing to do with her thinking that Khalif was a man.
Maybe we'll cover that next.
Or Dawkins, who has discussed how our biological sex causes us to tower over female competitors and break their swimming records. While it's true that males tend to be, on average, taller than females, I went through male puberty and I'm certainly taller than the average woman. That's not a universal truth. Furthermore, there is no evidence of an epidemic of breaking records. Leah Thomas, who he references, did win one race, but is most known for the one where she tied for 5th place with Riley Gaines, who is now flown around by the Heritage Foundation to tell people how her white innocence was taken by the evil man who destroyed her career and that transgenderism is a pedophile cult. I also have some of the swimming records of Leah Thomas here. You can see that in a number of these, she came in 8th, 4th, 5th, and a couple of first place races. Heaven forbid trans people win something. So continuing on, in 20 years of the Olympic Committee allowing trans athletes to compete, only one trans athlete, openly trans athlete, has ever qualified, and that was Laurel Hubbard at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. But they don't talk about her, because she didn't even win a medal, she didn't even qualify. She came in 11th place and had a few of her lifts disqualified because she did some sort of error. I don't know, I don't do sports, okay? I did want to touch on this claim and make you guys aware that it exists, but I did not have time to dig into the full depth of it. John Oliver recently did a great debunking on one of his specials. Go John Oliver. But this has to do with this notion that biological males have stolen over 900 medals from girls. There's so many problems with this without even getting into the specific problems with the source of where they get this information from. You would have to ask yourself, how many medals is 900 medals of those that are given to people across the globe, across every sport throughout the year? Sounds like a lot, but again, when you're looking at the base rates, these things are actually not nearly as impressive as they want you to think. That's why they leave out the context. But moreover, taking over women's sports is such a ridiculous goal. To what end? For what accolades? These people don't give a fuck about female athletes? I doubt any of them. I doubt any of them could name any of the top female athletes in any NCAA sport right now. Is it because we're gonna get money? Female athletes notoriously make much less than their male competitors. And all of these things are, of course, taking the argument seriously as it pertains to professional athletes, but it ignores the fact that most of the laws being drafted to stop this affect children, who in multiple cases, you could count on one hand the amount of trans people that affects in a given state. This stops them from being able to interact with the few peers who don't hate them, and this is where we're spending our time. According to the Olympic Charter itself, Fundamental Principle 4, the practice of sport is a human right. Every individual must have access to the practice of sport without discrimination of any kind, and in respect to internationally recognized human rights within the remit of the Olympic movement. It bears repeating here also that the trans-inclusive models of sex, again, don't deny general trends. Like that, people who are born male, who go through male puberty, tend to, on average, have advantages in certain domains of sport. But the evidence for how this pertains to trans people and trans women in particular—
I know this is a deep cut, but there's something very satisfying about this drill sounding like the drill, like a laser beam from an old Godzilla movie. Do any of you fuck with what I'm saying right now? You hear it? It's nice. I like it.
since that is realistically what most of these
You hear
people
it
are
now?
concerned
Thank you.
with, is still very much inconclusive. And again, this is making assumptions about individuals based on trends in populations, and the solutions they're proposing are blanket bans. Is that the right thing? Nope, that is not there yet. Sorry, wrong slide. Returning briefly to other women's spaces, prisons, bathrooms, and shelters, panic theory is usually an echo of the one we discussed earlier, an assertion that because men are more sexually violent on average, that trans women will be as well. This is, again, a problem with rape culture in America, not trans people. This is a problem with a culture that venerates religious leaders who time and time again use their power over children to prey upon them. This is a problem with a culture that will elect a president credibly accused of sexual assault, held liable in court for the assault of a woman, but expects trans people to be responsible for the hypothetical rapes we might cause in the future. And we could talk about the data that seem to show that trans people are more likely to be victims of violence, especially in states with restrictive gender laws, but we don't need to, because this biological essentialist framework has repeatedly failed at its stated goals of protecting women and ensuring fairness. Instead, it serves as a political shield to defend the actual perpetrators of violence and the actual people degrading the rights and protections of women. It is the basis on which they construct laws that restrict all of our bodies and freedoms.
It's not gonna work. But it's
Every
satisfying.
day, church leaders, community leaders, politicians, and the like are credibly accused of sexual assault. And rather than even address that, we're talking about, again, the hypothetical potential predators. We are concerned allegedly about a man who might have an easier time in a woman's prison because, you know, that's apparently just a weekly crochet meetup. Rather than talking about the epidemic of prison guards raping women in prison. Grow up. There are real problems, and you are ruining people's lives over this stuff. Section 4, trans kids and healthcare. There we go. So, trans kids are not being rushed into transition at any stage. Young lesbians are not being turned into boys because they played with trucks, and gay boys are not being turned into women because they liked the Spice Girls a little too hard. To address this claim of mass mutilation of kids, the Journal of the American Medical Association recently released 2 studies, both in June of last year and February of this year, using a healthcare database of insurance claims to evaluate how frequently these treatments are being done. So these people arguably have the highest degree of access to transition care, right? Anyone who's not accounted for by this would be paying out of pocket, so that number would almost certainly be smaller than the one we're seeing here. And it's already vanishingly small. The study found that in a sample of over 5 million adolescents between 2018 and 2022, the rate of receiving puberty blockers was 0.02% for assigned female patients and 0.01% for assigned male patients. In a sample with 22 million adolescents, the rate of undergoing a gender-affirming surgery with a gender diagnosis before you turned 18 was 0.005% for minors aged 15 to 17 and 0.0001% for people 13 to 14 years old.
Whoa, that sounds like an epidemic.
Found under the age of 12. And when the study included minors without a transgender diagnosis, they found 151 gender-affirming surgeries on minors. 146 of them were gynecomastia breast reduction surgeries for cisgender males, meaning 6 cases of trans minors between June of 2023 and June of 2024 had surgery. Any trans person can tell you each surgeon has their own requirements, most of which are informed by WPATH guidelines that require us to be on hormones for multiple years before we even can get surgery, and even then, we still usually need a letter of recommendation from both a counselor and a doctor, and that's for adults, meaning these kids had to have been cases where one of three things happened. The doctor was negligent, the parents lied, or the likely option, they had extenuating circumstances that warranted an accelerated timeline. I don't know these families or these kids to be able to make that judgment, and you don't either. Now we need to talk about the CAS review.
I love how
UK,
so many of you are just like,
literature
yes,
review
attack the
commissioned by
foundations of your new
the
home.
UK government to evaluate the quality of evidence for youth access to hormones and puberty blockers. I have here an executive summary of the Yale response to this. They had a few issues with it. They are making statements that are like consistent with models of gender-affirming care, like they're recommending, we need to do this. These are things we already do. They're failing to contextualize the evidence for gender-affirming care based on other pediatric medicine. They also fail to use well-established guidelines for evaluating the quality of evidence for different studies. And look, when they're able to demonstrate that the risk of trans youth getting healthcare outweighs the risk of them not getting healthcare, I will be totally on board with us encouraging them to wait. Yet, nowhere in the CAS review do they detail actual harm sustained from this care when used with the appropriate guidelines. There are many appeals to the unknown and the potential for regret and detransition, and yet dismisses much of the evidence to the contrary, including some multi-year longitudinal follow-up studies, because surely all the regret starts just after that point where they started studying. As for regret, several studies have shown the rate of regret to be remarkably small among trans people. It's important to note that regret also goes both ways. For every person who sincerely regrets a transition, there are far more trans people who regret the inability to have transitioned sooner.
What are the stats on that? Just as an FYI, like, because I don't think I've ever met a trans person who doesn't wish they transitioned sooner. And I'm sure there are trans people that feel that way, but like, man, I get real sad when I think about all of like the things I missed out on. You know? Like, it feels like I put my entire life on hold in a lot of ways and like missed out on really pivotal things throughout my life. And it makes it bums me out sometimes, you know? Have I seen Will and Harper yet? No.
Ask any trans person you know. If you had the knowledge, if you had the family environment to have transitioned early, would you have done it? Most of them will say yes.
It's true.
We have tried treating these people as mentally ill degenerates. Surprise, surprise, doesn't seem to work great. We've tried forcing transition steps and sterilization on them, like in Sweden, for years. Surprise, surprise, people have more regrets when they're forced to get surgeries they don't want. We've tried treating it like a purely social phenomenon, like in the case of John Money and David Raymer, where a child with a botched circumcision underwent a genital surgery as an infant and was raised as a girl. But his gender identity appeared to be innate and persistent, and he eventually took his own life. We've tried therapizing it out of people. Conversion therapy is usually defined as therapy with the goal that the child maintains a heterosexual or cisgender identity. This has been shown time and time again to simply traumatize individuals and fails to remove the actual identity component. While there is certainly more we still need to know about the depth of care needed for trans youth, and we do know a lot, we know more than many other wholly uncontroversial treatments for disorders. I also grabbed here for you guys, there is like a bit of an epidemic in the medical field right now where the quality of evidence for interventions is consistently pretty low. You can see here it's 37% with moderate quality evidence, 31% with low quality evidence, and 21.9% with very low quality evidence. Very similar thing on the other side. Medicine in general has a problem where when you're, especially evaluating populations like children, you can't conduct very high quality double-blind studies because there are massive ethical complications there. This is the only personal note I'll dive into in my story, but I actually started transition at 14. Came out to my mom, and following immense levels of harassment and threats of violence from my peers, rejection from my father, I detransitioned at 17. And I can tell you, at no point was I rushed into transition. At no point was I supported to death, as they like to say, or validated so much for my quirky uniqueness that I just couldn't think for myself. At every point along the way, I was treated like a freak and an outcast and repeatedly questioned, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? And then when I detransitioned, I was supported to death and rushed through my detransition. My entire community rallied behind me, and I was suddenly liked again. I even got a superlative in my high school yearbook for thoroughly theatrical. That experience took me years of my life to work through. Also, here's some pictures of my mom and me. See, I'm on the swing, and then that's me with her at her wedding when I was like 12 years old, I think, there. And let me tell you, I was very aware I was trans at that stage. It was an interesting time. But this experience took me years of my life to work through, and years of agony and self-loathing for my complete inability to force myself into a mold that wasn't right for me. I thought that if I didn't give being a man a good, sincere old college try, that I would hate myself for it. But in reality, the only regret I have, the only irreversible damage I sustained, was in crushing down the parts of myself that were trans for so long because society told me that if I let even a wink of it through, I was worth less than dirt. That even if I were the only trans athlete in my entire state, rather than draft legislation and debate on the floor over things that would help the average American, they would go out of their way to make sure that I couldn't interact with the few peers who didn't hate me. And I don't want any kid to have to go through what I went through. I don't want them to be rushed into transition either. I want them to follow strict, evidence-based guidelines that we currently use in the gender-affirming care model, and to have the time and the freedom to figure out exactly what they want out of life. And to know that whatever they should choose to do, that they will have the people in their life to support them and love them through it. Whether they are the most feminine cis man at the end of it, or the most masculine trans woman, or whatever blend they're in. So again, I ask, why are we talking about this? Measles is currently having an outbreak because of anti-vaccine sentiments, many of which are pushed by our current head of the Department of Health and Human Services. There are more confirmed cases of measles right now by orders of magnitude than there are trans athletes. Guns are killing our children in schools in numbers that are truly bone-chilling. Bibles are being put back into schools, the 10 Commandments. But we're here talking about whether happy children who get the rare experience of having an affirming family should be, removed from those homes? Whether the doctor should be imprisoned for giving the best evidence-based care that we know about right now because 1% of 1% might regret? No medicine is proven. Every medicine has regret. Grow up, stop ruining people's lives, we have real problems. So I know some of that was a little information dense, and I appreciate you all sticking with me through it. There was a lot to cover in this conversation, and we really barely scratched the surface. But much of what we talked about today is applicable in other parts of the conversation. But I want to turn your focus for a second to one final claim, and this one's made by Sam Harris on his recent podcast. This is this notion that it is at least in some major way the fault of trans people that Donald Trump won the recent election.
We did it.
Evidence for this, as far as
I
can tell,
we did it, everyone. Operation MAGA, success.
Exit poll where voters indicated that they voted for Trump because Kamala was too focused on cultural issues like transgender issues and not enough on the economy. But it's the MAGA movement who incessantly brings up trans people. Kamala Harris didn't say the word transgender once in her entire campaign. Even when she was on Fox News being litigated over the trans migrant in prison situation, for better or worse, she didn't say the word. But the American people still felt that way, and why is that? I would wager because of the massive multi-million-dollar media campaign employed by Donald Trump and the Heritage Foundation promoting their Project 2025 agenda. Or perhaps it's the influence of Russia Today, the Russian state media network who was found to be paying several conservative influencers who make a lot of anti-trans content millions of dollars. And yet, AOC, who had a massive overlap with Trump voters, has been consistently vocally pro-trans at every step of the way. She won by what she calls a fuck you margin. Even in a recent flash poll, pitting her against Schumer for the 2026 primary, she outpaced this long-time incumbent Democrat by 20 points. I know there was another poll also evaluating her for the 2028 primary, and she scored second on that.
Oh, when did you first suspect? I don't know how oppressive your church was, or if you even had the possibility of thinking it was an option. I didn't know it was really an option. For me, and like my transition, I knew I wanted to be a girl, like, pretty early on, you know, like, I would daydream about being a girl, etc., etc., but, like, I've talked about this before, like, I had a recurring, I guess, daydream about, like, stepping out into traffic and, not being killed, mind you, but, like, being horribly disfigured and maimed, and to the extent that I would then, you see, be brought in for reconstructive surgery, and then they'd have a goof up, you know, and they would reconstruct me, you know, with boobs and a vagina and stuff like that, and then I would just kind of be like, oh, this is how I am now, and that's kind of like and then I would just like live my life and be happy. But I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know you could actually be trans, you know. And then like I started like if I was home early, or like I got sick and stayed home, I would watch like daytime TV sometimes, and that would include like the Maury Show or Jerry Springer, and like there would be like trans people on TV, and I would just kind of be like, oh well, but I'm not, you know, they were being gawked at, they were being treated as like circus, you know, freaks, and I was just like, but I'm not like that, so I guess I can't be like that. And so it took me a very long time to realize that I was trans, because that was the only like existence of trans people that I was exposed to, you know, until I was in college, and then I met like people who were trans, and like they were fine, they were okay, they were living their lives, they were happy, and then I was like, wait, maybe I can do that too. And then I got real scared, and I didn't for years. But I remember very distinctly having like a realization, not like, maybe not the realization, but that like, oh, well, wait a minute, cis men don't feel sad all the time about not being girls. That's not a thing for cis guys. Cis guys are just totally okay not being girls. They don't feel sad. And that was a pretty big revelation for me.
Like way outpacing the third and like 7 points behind Harris. But I think this is all because, as far as I can tell, what the American people care about is the economy. They care about how many hours it's going to take to put food on their table for their families. They care about the schools their children attend and whether or not they'll be safe from gun violence there. They care about how devastatingly expensive our healthcare is, how completely inaccessible housing has become. The enemy you're looking for to explain all these things isn't trans people, it's not immigrants or anti-Christian bias. It's the MAGA movement, and its foundation as a Christian nationalist one bankrolled by our own Dr. Evil, Elon Musk. When we ask, whether men can be women, a framing not put forth by trans people, by the way, they cheer. They are praying, quite literally, I'm sure, that you let proposed laws to have Bibles in every classroom slip by because you're too tired from all these damn trans debates. They pray that you forget about the proposed laws threatening women with prison time for abortions. They pray that you waste your breath debating whether or not happy kids should have access, to evidence-based healthcare. You see, we don't get to marginalize people and remove rights based on fears, especially not unfounded fears. As humanists, rationalists, as data-driven people, trans people indisputably exist. And we should be allowed to live whatever life we want, regardless of how Elon Musk or Richard Dawkins or Sam Harris feel about it. regardless of whether they think we are really trans. I love the secular community. I love what these thought leaders have done for our community. And nobody here is saying that the ones with transphobic opinions are the worst humans out there and they need to be run out like the lepers. I bet Sam Harris, Dawkins, and Coyne and I probably all agree on the vast majority of policy matters. But they are relying on misinformation on this matter, and bigotry and prejudice, and it drives many of you away from people who need your help. We don't need you to become an expert, to memorize all the refutations we went through today. But we do need you to learn enough about what's going on, so when they say they're mutilating kids, you can say, no, that's not happening. We need you to learn enough about what's going on, so when they say trans athletes are destroying women's sports, you can say, no, that's not happening. And when they say this is their hobby horse or pet issue, you should be asking, is this really the best use of your time? The laws that address this help no one and hurt many. We need you to know just enough about this to stand alongside us, because if we are left to stand on our own, we will be exterminated. And while all trans people are asking for at large is basic human rights, we deserve more than just to survive or have dignity. We deserve to succeed, we deserve to win a fucking medal from time to time, and we deserve to have the opportunity to thrive.
True.
Thank you.
That was great. Good job, Arden. That was great. I wouldn't recommend you trash. I know you wouldn't. Oh. My body hurts. How y'all doing? Tim Walz now? I don't want to do the Tim Walz speech. I'm sorry I'm not being like super high energy today, folks. I'm gonna drink this water though. I might do a town hall. I'm feeling town hall-ish. Am I gonna keep digging the hole? I am gonna keep digging that hole. Yeah, but you guys know I can't watch a John Oliver video here. Can you tell us to please clap? Please clap. Never seen a cup this big? It helps because I forget to drink water, and it's a lot harder to forget to drink water when you just have a gigantic cup that makes it readily available. Could I turn down game volume? Yeah. There we go. Diggy, diggy, diggy hole. All right. Do we want to see people yell at an old... You know what? Let's do Byron Donalds.
INB4D Live Jack for Content ID segments.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate you supporting the show. And I really appreciate other people supporting the show as well. Hit that follow button. Hit the buttons. We even got this song that tells you what to do, folks.
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button.
Johnny the Commie, I'll answer your question after this song.
Click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
So if non-binary people means someone doesn't identify with a gender at all, how can someone be non-binary and trans when trans identifies as a gender? Non-binary still usually non-binary identities still identify as a gender. It's just not in that gender binary. Does that make sense? And there's also something like people can also identify as agender, which is, one word and means they don't have one. They reject gender as a concept, but they're still trans. They still fall under that trans umbrella because to be transgender just means that you identify as something other than the gender with which you were assigned at birth. That's it. So a non-binary person is trans, an agender person is trans, a xenogender person is trans. They're all under the trans umbrella. It just means you identify as something other than what you were assigned when the doctor pulled you out and was like, that's a pee-pee or that's a vagina, and then gave you a gender identity. Yeah, we all identify as non-binary now. Here, let's check out Byron Donald's town hall. So I'm not super familiar with Byron Donald's. My understanding is that he is kind of a nut from Florida, and he pre-selected people in his audience to take questions from, and it still went poorly. I've also seen less buzz about it than the Chuck Grassley one.
Well, first of all, thank everybody for coming out. I know it's been several months to this vehicle for a whole town hall and just wanted to make sure.
Dog, you are so quiet.
All questions. Now, I will tell you at the top, I know about the other things that I'm doing in the future. But this is a congressional town hall, obviously for constituencies in Congressional District 19. So I'm going to refrain from talking about the governorship and all this stuff if something's appropriate. This is an official event in my duty as a member of Congress. So my answers are going to be to federal issues, my view of issues from a federal perspective. We're going to leave the politics of the future out of this auditorium tonight. We'll be focused on the issues that are facing not just Southwest Florida, but facing the United States as it exists right now. Second thing, and if you've been to any of the town halls we've called in the past, the other thing that I always try to make sure we do is I keep politics out of it because we want to get to the actual information, the actual details, and so all my answers come from that vein. If you want to know my full political thoughts, not too hard to find, but probably all of the...
I love that this man is trying to have a town hall as a politician while arguing that he wants to keep politics out of it. Like, fuck off, dude.
Actually, they are all over the internet at this point. So for these meetings for constituents, we try to stay focused on the issues as they exist. I want to thank everybody for taking time out of your busy day to come here. I want to thank Estero High School for letting us have this auditorium to hold this meeting. We really want to thank them. This is a great podium, but I don't have podiums. So without further ado, let's get to it.
Okay, so the first question comes to us from Susan Sutton from Fort Myers. Susan?
Susan? Oh, hey Susan, how you doing?
All right, Susan, as a member of the Oversight Committee, what oversights are you imposing on Elon Musk and Doge?
Great question.
Dog. They want blood, man. This gives me life.
I guess they like that question. So, a couple things. First and foremost, when it comes to what Elon Musk is doing, everything that he does right now is in the auspices of being a special employee under the presidency of Donald Trump. So how this works is the president is allowed to have special employees. Every president has basically had these special employees. They're tasked with specific duties, specific responsibilities. Some of them have been tasked with going overseas, trying to negotiate climate policy. That was John Kerry when he was the climate czar under President Biden. In this instance, Elon Musk is essentially the head of the Doge that Donald Trump has set up in his administration. In terms of oversight from Congress, that's much more of an appropriations aspect. What Doge is doing right now is they're going through every agency and they're examining any contracts or any lack of efficiencies in spending federal dollars. This is something that I'm going to answer you. I'm going to answer you, but if you want to yell, it's okay, but I just want to answer you. Are you going to allow me to answer the question? Okay, so, like I said, what they are doing is under the directions of the president of...
Video volume is too loud. I mean, there's only so much I can do, guys. Let's try that.
The United States.
Wait, if gender is a social contract, well, not contracts, construct, then does that mean people should use the word transgender because it could imply that trans is environment and not biological? Should not use transgender because that would imply trans is environmental and not biological? No. Sorry. Like, the premise is wrong because problems with your body are different than the gender you identify as. Does that make sense? Like, if we got rid of gender as a construct, people would still want to change their bodies, but that's like a different thing. Does that make sense? You'd want to align your body with, like, biologically, but that wouldn't necessarily be... I'm not explaining myself correctly, but yeah. Sad? No, not really. Yeah, most things are social constructs. Gender is a subjective experience. Oh, John was responding to your comment. Yeah. Recommend upgrading the jetpack. All right. It is cheap to do. Yeah. No, transgender is totally fine. A lot of things are social constructs. Something being a social construct doesn't mean it's not real. Things that are socially constructed are still constructed. They are still existent. You know? Any idea how transsexual became an outdated term? Yeah, I mean, because people started to realize like there are other people beyond just people who want to change their sex and who instead are identifying outside of their gender, and that transgender became a more inclusive term. Does that make sense? Like, there are non-binary trans people who don't want to change their sex. You know, sex and gender are two different things. Still gonna see Noah's Ark, which is really a building in Kentucky. I'm aware that Noah's Ark is really a building in Kentucky. It looks like a fun time. Has dinosaurs in it and everything. And you know what? I'm a sucker for animatronic dinosaurs.
If you're going to talk about what oversight is doing, we actually have to let the Doge committee, the Doge department, actually finish its work. What they are examining right now is inefficiency in the federal system. This is something that President Obama wanted to do when President Obama was elected president of the United States. You can do what you want to, but those are the facts. Because if you go back in time, back to 2009, then President Obama famously said that he wanted to examine efficiencies, or lack thereof, in the federal government. Elon Musk is doing the exact same thing. He's doing the same thing.
Dog, he selected these people. This was like an entirely, like, he made this problem himself. This is glorious. We are like a couple minutes into him talking to these people and they're already booing him like mad. There's a reason why Donald Trump had to put out like a Truth Social post earlier today about how everyone needs to stop being so mean at the town halls. You know, everyone who's anti-American needs to be thrown out of these town halls. It's really quite funny. Keep booing these people. It works.
The oversight committee is doing the responsible thing. We are letting DOGE complete its work. Most of the budget cuts that DOGE will present have to go through the appropriations process. And so when it goes to the appropriations committee, any adjustments that are made to federal spending will occur there, and they'll get an up or down vote in the appropriations committee first, and then on the floor of the House, also on the floor of the Senate. That is the process. Now, it is actually clear that when the president, who is a unitary executive under our system of government, they are allowed to hire who they want to work in the federal government. And so I find it interesting that people who are upset about Elon right now were not upset, and I brought this up earlier, when John Kerry was going around the planet trying to negotiate.
You know, it's really funny because like John Kerry didn't try and fire like hundreds of thousands of people. You know, John Kerry didn't like put together AI databases to like spy on American citizens. You know, like dog, you're so far out of your depth.
But that's what John Kerry was charged to do when he was made climate czar, which is a special employee under the Biden administration. The difference is Elon Musk is now examining federal spending in our government as it exists today. Last thing I will bring up to everybody. Hold on a minute. Everybody settle down. Everybody settle down for a minute. Here's the last thing. There is a report that comes out every single year. This is the GAO report. The GAO report every single year has said the federal government...
I thought he said the JO report for a split second, and I had to do like a mental double take, because that would just be too fucking funny. Ah yes, the JO report's in this year, and Smithers has excellent numbers.
government wastes more than $250 billion per year. $250 billion. Over the last 20 years, the federal government has wasted $3 trillion. I believe that it is in the interest of the people of Southwest Florida and the United States to examine all inefficiencies in the federal government. Unless you have $3 trillion, if your concern is that Elon Musk and his team are going through agencies and canceling contracts that are inefficient, actually, and this is a great point, I'm glad you said now on his own, because when appropriations language is written under federal law today, Congress has given discretion to the secretaries of the various cabinet agencies. So what the DOJ is actually doing is they are working with cabinet-level secretaries who have all been confirmed by the United States Senate. They bring their findings to that secretary, and then that secretary is the one who is making the decisions, because the authority has been given to the cabinet-level secretaries by Congress. You may not like it, but that's the way the law is written. So I will tell you, as you're a member of Congress, I actually believe that Congress should not give discretion to the federal agencies, no matter who's president. And Congress should actually prescribe how money is spent in the federal government. But Congress has been derelict in its duty and has allowed money to go to the federal branch, the executive branch, and they have given full discretion to the executive branch, which goes around members of Congress and goes around constituencies in the United States of America. If you want, last thing I'll tell you is, now here's where a little bit of public perception. If you examine broad-based polling on government efficiencies, it is popular with the American people. People want efficiencies in the federal government.
I love that he's basically trying to make the argument that, like, look, Congress has the ability to do all this stuff, but we haven't been doing it. So I'm bad at my job, and look, we need DOJ to come in and fix this because I'm so bad at my job, which is a wild argument to make, honestly.
If you don't want to have a thorough examination of wastewater abuse in the federal level, you're not being intellectually honest. For those in the room who may be upset about DOJ, are you going to be upset when DOJ gets to the Department of Defense?
But also, like, they're not going to cut the Department of Defense. Fuck off. We know they're not going to do that. Like, sack of shit.
Are you going to be upset when they get to the Department of Defense? See, now this is where I find that he's not being intellectually honest. Because I think that this is where I think it's not intellectually honest. Every decision that the DOJ, it's not even a decision, every recommendation that DOJ makes is approved by cabinet-level secretaries who have been confirmed by the United States Senate. That's the way the process works. Next question. Wait, before you go to the next question, I want to reiterate, because the question is oversight. What do we do? In the oversight committee, we have to actually observe DOJ do its work first. They're in the process of doing it. That's number one. Number two, the true accountability, if that's what you truly believe is necessary, the true accountability for DOJ will be found in the appropriations process. Because at that point, any recommendations that DOJ has made to cabinet-level secretaries will be reflected in budgetary requests. And they will get an up or down vote. And they will get an up or down vote through the appropriations process.
They are mad.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to ask everybody.
It's all right. I got it. John, let's go. I got it.
John Calviano from Naples.
John, where you at? Hey, John, how you doing?
John. This is on firearms, so nobody's going to be able to say you didn't get 2 right out of the gate, right? Okay, so firearms. Do you support the right of citizens to own any type of weapon? A flamethrower was displayed for sale at the Alamo Gun Range in Naples. Is there any limit to the expansion of legal weapons in your mind?
So, specific to the flamethrower, I'd actually have to look at federal law. I think that if you wanted to buy one, hold on just a second. I think if you wanted to buy one, there are extended background checks that you have to go through with ATF. That's federal law right now. And so I think there's a misconception about what federal law allows and does not allow. I think if you're talking about RPG, probably a flamethrower, things of that nature, virtually most Americans won't even be allowed to make that purchase under the way that we're doing it right now. Hold on, sir. Don't worry about it. I'm talking about this question right now. Now, to the other part of the question, what about restrictions? So I think somebody yelled out about universal background checks. Here's the truth for people who may not like it. We already have quote-unquote universal background checks today. You cannot go to a federally licensed firearm dealer and not go through a background check to buy a firearm. You cannot. You cannot. If you're talking about what happens if you have to do a private party sale, the example I always give is I have a son, he's 21 years old, he graduates college in the month. I have firearms. If I make a decision as a father to sell my gun to my son, that is a personal decision I've made as an adult to my son who is also an adult. If we're going to talk about the real issues we're concerned about, FSC was wrong. The real issue...
I want my constitutional right to swivel guns and hand grenades. They were the arms of 1792.
It's true. Why can't I have a collection? Look, I'm always saying, why can't I have a collection of muskets where I've tied a string to every trigger and I'm holding all of the strings? I just want to create a bunch of, racks of muskets, aligning them into a giant, kind of like an organ, rifle, but much larger and taller, and just like 10,000 of them, and then I just pull all the strings, and I'm just having a goof. Why can't I goof with my buds? I'm always asking this.
The real issue there, and let's examine 2 of those things. Number one, based upon the early information from Florida State, the shooter took the parent's gun. Took the gun. That's a violation of the law. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to take somebody else's firearm. What you're talking about with these mass shootings are not the weapon itself. You're talking about the mental health of the shooter. That's what you're talking about. And if we're going to be honest, what we should be doing is examining the mental health of the shooters, not taking away the constitutional right of citizens. Every citizen of the United States is afforded by the Second Amendment of our Constitution. It is a God-given right. It is not a government-given right to possess and hold a firearm. That is a right to hold. This is one of the reasons why in 2019, I believe it was 2018, 2019, this is one of the reasons why I opposed the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas bill. Because red flag laws, in my opinion, are a violation of the Fifth Amendment. Because you do not get due process. The government comes in and takes your property, and then you have to go and get it adjudicated. That's one of the reasons I voted against the bill. The better question is how many children are saved? How many children are saved? Because if you're going to examine what happened at FSU, as tragic as the shooting was that occurred, and I went to FSU, it's my alma mater. My son is slated to go to FSU. he got accepted. He's slated to go. And what actually occurred at FSU, we're going to be honest, obviously there's a mental health issue with the shooter. He stole a weapon from his parents, and it was law enforcement.
Just the complete lack of any kind of introspection on this is wild to me, you know? Like, your son is going to this university and you aren't even willing to, like, interact with this in a sane way.
And yea, did Jesus proclaim that ye shall possess firearms so that thou might power through thine enemies with the concussive force of the Lord, thy God given.
Yeah, I heard that. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. And also, yeah, it's true. Ye was told that. And I just want to say real quick, thank you all for not asking me to talk about that. I do not envy Anthony Fantano. I do not envy Anthony Fantano this particular week. Poor dude. I hope he's doing all right. Be sure to get rid of all the grass. Ho. I'm gonna. I just realized I can make some quick money by just hoovering up all these. Look at that. That's free money right there. Baby, you put a few vegetables in there, you get some broth, you got yourself a stew going.
Enforcement on the ground at FSU that stopped that thing from being far more tragic. And let's be very clear, when law enforcement comes on the scene, they are not just waiting. They are not just waiting. When law enforcement goes on the scene...
Dog, we all saw the Uvalde footage by this point. Like, they don't even have to wait like a second to respond to that bullshit. They had like 300 cops outside of Uvalde, and they did jack shit for hours.
They don't show up with a sling and a rock. They're not showing up with just pepper spray. When law enforcement is on the scene, they show up with firearms. And in the times when...
Why... This man is like a Christian, right? Like, why are you looking down on slings and rocks, huh? Huh? Why you besmirching the good name of King David, huh? Took down a giant, all right? Took down a half man, half giant Nephilim with that rock and sling. I don't know, seems kind of sacrilegious if you ask me.
Law enforcement engaged the shooter directly, human lives were saved. In the time that they were not, Uvalde, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
I do promote people starting gardens C321, but also that's not going to be a solution for most people.
You saw more tragedy. So I like to look at these things realistically. Number one, Second Amendment rights will always be protected. They will always be protected. Number two, law enforcement, when they are following training, are supposed to engage these shooters immediately, not wait. That's what today's law. And number three, and let's be clear, we're in one of those facilities right now. And this is a facility for minors. And you will never hear me say that minors should own firearms. I will never say that because they are minors. I got sons. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't do that. However, let's be clear.
But
gun-free zones are the targets of these mass shooters. That is crystal clear. Because these mass shooters just don't show up any other place. They go to places where they know that there is a vulnerable population. And then we have to rely on the men and women in blue to step in. And our hope is they step in immediately to address these mass shooters.
Our hope is that they step in immediately. What are you doing, dog? Why? Why are you doing this? Yeah, so your solution to this is literally a hope and a prayer? Really? As like a point of policy?
But it all goes back to the mental health of the perpetrator. if you want a real solution,
you guys don't give a shit about mental health. I don't. How can this constantly come back to mental health and they don't do anything about mental health? Ever. Ever. They have never once increased funding for, like, mental health care in response to this. They have only made it harder to get your hands on, like, healthcare in the wake of these mass shootings.
how about we do all the necessary work to help people either find their mental health needs and or address their mental health needs so we can have a safer community for ourselves and for our children. That's the solution.
All right, Terry Gray from Naples. Terry Gray, Naples.
Terry?
Terry.
Hi, Terry. How are you?
I'm sorry?
That's okay.
No, I don't. Oh, you know what? Then I might come back to the question later. It may or may not be.
Ask the question.
What?
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Do you approve of Elon and Doge invading our Social Security files?
This is the face of a man who is really hoping not to hear that question tonight. Oh, get his ass.
Elon Musk and Doge have been authorized by the President of the United States. Don't move. Are you ready? You ready for this?
Stop booing me. Please stop, I have feelings.
What happened? The previous president, President Biden. So you don't want to hear, you do not want to hear the full story. You don't want to hear the full story. Allow me to educate and bring you the full story. When you're ready, I'm going to tell you, because I don't want you to yell and not hear the full story. Because you're not listening, you're yelling. Here we go. I'm going to tell you the full story. Here's the full story. The previous administration, Joe Biden, he authorized 53 students to have access to the same database during his administration. 53. He authorized 53 students to have access to the Social Security database. And I didn't hear anybody being upset when Joe Biden authorized that. So how can you be upset when it's that versus Elon Musk? That is not true. Okay.
Geez, I don't know. Maybe it's because, like, students can be held more accountable, like, individual students can be held accountable in ways that, like, a billionaire cannot. Like, even granting that this is true, I'm not doing any fact-checking right now, but, like, if you, like, actually, like, looked at it, I'm willing to bet that a billionaire has a much bigger vested interest in having access to all that data, especially when he's running an AI company, than, say, random students who are going to be imprisoned for life if that so much as, like, gets whispered access outside of their personal, you know, time. God.
If you're going to have a conversation about policy, then answer the question. Chanting is not going to answer the question. Donald Trump authorized Elon Musk to have access. I agree with that. Do you know who else agrees with it? Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden gave similar access to 53 students during his administration. Do you want... this is my question for the audience. Do you want to yell or do you want to hear? Because if you want to hear, I'm trying to give you information. I told you, I'm going to be factual. But you can yell or...
As long as you're going down this route. Marjorie Taylor Greene authorized all of Congress and C-SPAN access to Hunter Biden's hog.
God, I hope Hunter Biden, like, wins. Oh no, I hurt myself. I hope Hunter Biden, because isn't he doing, like, a defamation suit? Isn't he, like, currently embroiled in litigation about all of that because they kept putting his penis everywhere. Like, God, I hope the hog comes back to haunt them all. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub, Saka Tanuki. I appreciate the support.
The truth is, Joe Biden gave similar access to the same database during his administration to students. So it's okay then, but it's not okay now. Or the people who are upset with Elon Musk, was it okay when 53...
Dog, your fucking town halls are going really bad when you have people chanting treason at said town hall. That's crazy. Honestly, we need to watch more of these, and I know I've said that every single time we've watched them, but like, damn, does this make me feel a lot better about where our country's at, you know?
Students had the same access to the Social Security database. Was it okay then? But he did that. Okay. I got a better question. Is it okay to know that we have more than 300 people who are over the age of 100 who are still active in the Social Security database? Is that okay? That's okay. Is it okay? Is it okay? If we have people who are defrauding Social Security and we won't do the necessary checks to make sure that the people who are getting the Social Security checks, seniors who pay into the program, are actually getting the dollars that they deserve, free from fraud, waste, and corruption. Is that okay? Because I think that's okay. I think that's okay. And if you don't think that's okay, then now you're playing politics. You're not being factual.
Chat, how does dynamite work in this game? Just real quick, I threw a stick of dynamite at a rock, and then it didn't. I don't think it exploded. Maybe, oh wait, maybe it did. Never mind.
If you do not believe that it is okay, if you think it is fine for people to defraud Social Security, you and I don't agree. What the Doge is doing is they're examining.
Also, again, just in case anyone hasn't heard what my reporting on this has been, or my, correction on this, the Doge system, not Doge system, sorry, the Social Security system is written on a coding language that if you don't have someone's birth date for whatever reason, like, and there are plenty of people who in the past fit into the category of not having like a valid birth date for a variety of reasons, like they're old or they got married and their name changed, and like there are a bunch of things that used to happen in the system that no longer do, but basically it could screw up your birth date, and if your birth date is screwed up, it defaults to having your birthday as like 1875, and that's just what the system does. That doesn't mean that it's not saying that people are actually 150 years old. It just means that that's what the system defaults to when, for a variety of reasons, it lacks data. That's it.
They are provided their findings. Congress has to weigh in on those findings. That's the way the process works. If you're just upset because Donald Trump has Elon Musk doing it, that doesn't make any sense. We have to make sense. We have to agree on certain things. Sir, I understand computers quite well. Sir, relax. Sir, the question was asked and I made my statement. Are you asking? I made my statement. It is not okay. Hold on, no, let me sit. Let me sit. It is not okay. It is not okay to know that there is fraudulent activity in the Social Security Administration and do nothing. That is not okay. It's not okay. You have a responsibility to taxpayer dollars, and we are going to take that responsibility. It is also, let's be intellectually honest, it is also not, it is intellectually dishonest to be upset with Elon Musk, but not be upset with the 50 new students who had similar access to the Biden administration. And if you want to play with the attack, I can't help it.
Ask them to just, we don't mind their receipts, but for the people that want it here, like we can't hear.
Now we're ready. Next question. There we go.
Get his ass.
By the way, hold up, Tessie. Is anybody finding this informative?
Okay. Next, we have, why does the administration want to eliminate the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB, when the risk of fraud is so prevalent?
So you're a member of Congress, sits on the Financial Services Committee. During the Dodd-Frank and the financial collapse, this bureau was created called the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Not everybody
and it was secretly evil.
So I'm giving some background information. This agency was created at a time when the desire to save the economy from big banks was to bring more regulation into the banking industry and create a new agency, which was called the CFPB, the Consumer.
And that regulation ruined banking somehow. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Also, I have to pee. I'll be right back. Yes, the Social Security systems are programmed in COBOL. I'm back. What about Legal Eagle? Why you guys Legal Eagle in? Beep borp.
Financial Protection Bureau. The CFPB was designed specifically to not, and I stress to not, get appropriations from Congress. It was designed to go to the Federal Reserve through the back door with a letter basically saying, we need this much money to operate, give it to us. That is the only agency in the federal government that was ever set up this way. So, if you're going to ask me, questions about the CFPB, if you want to talk about the Fed, we can get there too. So the question about the CFPB is it a constitutional agency? This is an agency that has little to no oversight from Congress because it doesn't get its money from Congress. It gets it from the Federal Reserve. I want to let you know that it's not just the administration that wants to get rid of the CFPB. I want to get rid of the CFPB. Before Dodd-Frank, consumer protection was housed in every agency of the federal government. It had oversight from Congress, direct oversight, in terms of appropriations and in terms of accountability. Dodd-Frank stripped all of that and stuck it into the CFPB. So again, we have to be intellectually honest. Are we going to have it?
You have to let me financially screw you. You have to understand, it's really important that I be able to financially ruin all of you. I have to let my donors do financial ruination on you. I'm sorry. Hey, got some money in a lamp.
Are we going to have an agency that has no oversight or basically no control from the people's branch, which is Congress? I say no. And so it should be repealed. It is a terrible agency. What the CFPB does today, do you want to know how the CFPB operates today? Because I want to put it in, I will tell you. How the CFPB operates today is that it will put out a notice to various industries. And it actually tries to force compliance in these industries with no accountability, not following the Administrative Procedures Act. And companies just hop to because they're afraid of being fined by the CFPB, and there is no recourse with the CFPB. Because if you're a company and you're fined by the CFPB, where are you going to go? Congress? Congress has no oversight ability. So why would you allow an agency like this to exist? It is unconstitutional in my view, and so it should be repealed.
Boo this man! Fuck off, dude!
You know, the beauty of a constitutional republic is we get to have these very vigorous debates and disagreements. But here's what I will tell you. In all my time in elective offices before that, even though I disagree with you, I will respect your opinion, but I will still disagree with you.
Sierra Clinton?
CR.
There we go. Okay. CR, as an engineer, I'm proud that Florida is scaling up utility-grade solar. It's technically sound, cost-effective, move given our solar capacity, but recent federal tariffs and critical components like inverters and transformers are the real concern. These aren't luxury items. They're core to the grid stability and solar integration. If costs go up, supply chain will slow down. We risk delays, reliability issues, and higher rates like here in Florida. I ask you to advocate for targeted tariff relief so we can keep building modern, resilient grid without penalizing taxpayers.
First, I want to talk to tariffs writ large, and then I'll talk about the solar panel aspects of the overall grid in Florida. And actually, some of the things that we have to prepare going forward in our city. Number one, I think the president's path is, with respect to tariffs, is about resetting the relationship with global trade.
Dog, he's getting laughs. This, by the way, is why we need to continue making fun of these people. Nothing makes them feel smaller than when they get laughed at by a crowd. Absolutely nothing.
I'm going to talk to you, sir, because everybody has an opinion. My view of the president's agenda is to reset the global balance of trade. For the last 70 years in the world, other countries have built their economies based upon the back of the American economy. We have lost manufacturing in the United States to other countries, and I did not agree with multinationals who manufacturing offshore. I did not agree with that, but they did that because we allowed for lax trade policies, and even worse, we didn't even enforce the trade agreements we had. We would let other nations abuse it, cheat it, etc. And I don't agree with that. So what the president is doing when it comes to trade writ large is he is trying to reset the balance in global trade to make sure America's on an even plane.
Again, the imbalance in global trade is that we, with our disposable incomes, bought more things than we shipped out to other people or other places. Or, for smaller countries, we shipped out more to them than they were able to ship back to us. Like, dog. That's not bad. These are not bad things.
And that's somebody who does believe in free trade. I believe in free trade. But I would ask everybody in the room, can you have free trade if the party on the other side is not playing fair? You cannot have free trade. So I think what we're doing right now with tariffs is important to reset the balance of global trade. Now specific to solar panels. My concern with solar panels is in part the panels themselves, but then also the battery space and battery capacity you have to bring in order for these solar arrays to be able to work and retain power.
What? Dog, we have batteries that can do that. You can do that right now. What are you talking about? Also, where? I thought I went down into a much larger hole. I guess not.
And so what's happening right now in our state is because a lot of more traditional power generation has been, I want to say, marginalized by the regulatory environment. I'm talking about coal, clean coal, oil, natural gas, nuclear. Are we allowed to talk about all the forms of power generation, or is that their good too? I'm just trying to ask. Sir, can we have an intellectually honest conversation about power generation? Power generation is not Republican or Democrat, folks. Power generation is not liberal or conservative. Power generation is power generation.
Kind of is.
And we need baseload power, not just in Florida, but in the United States, if we're to keep pace with China and every other nation on the planet. That's a fact. Let's talk about power generation for a moment. The Chinese are not building solar panels. The Chinese are building nuclear reactors, and they're building coal-fired power plants. That's what they're building. The French, our friends in France, are not building solar arrays. They've gone back to nuclear reactors. That's what the French have gone back to. Let's talk about our friends in Germany. The Germans are going back to nat gas and nuclear power because what they've realized is solar arrays, to the point of your question, does not provide enough base load power for what people need. That is the truth, especially when you factor in the fact that we have AI on the horizon. Server farms are here, data centers are here, cryptocurrencies, digital assets are on the way. You need baseload power. So, sir, to your question about solar, my concern with solar is that it doesn't provide enough baseload power for the future of Florida's needs. That is my concern. Secondarily, when you look at the life cycle of solar, from mining to when you have to get rid of the panels, and you bury them in landfills, is that because a solar panel, sir, doesn't last forever. It doesn't last forever, sir. You have, sir, relax now.
also, like, that is the one decent point, which is that solar panels don't last forever. They last for like 25 years. But like, you can build a lot more solar panels in those 25 years, you know? Like, it's not... This isn't an insurmountable problem that we're all unaware of. You know? It's not catching us their pants down. Also, we're making better solar panels, like, all the time. So I should get out of this hole. It's being filled with lava.
I indulged you earlier, sir. Relax. I'm trying to answer the question. Thank you. Now, the issue with solar is when you take into account the entire life cycle, it is dirtier than nuclear power.
That might be true. However, there is a lot of research on changing that, and frankly, you can get a lot more solar panels up and running a lot faster than you can get nuclear power plants up and running. So, you know, also all of the fossil fuels involved in making a nuclear power plant versus a solar panel farm.
It is dirtier than nuclear. If you were going to ask me what I think the future of Florida's grid, or quite frankly, the grid of the United States, it is with small modular reactors, micro reactors, and new reactors to create a much deeper bench of baseload power for the United States. And for people who are concerned about nuclear waste, because I know there's people who are concerned about nuclear waste, the new technology in reactors, in small modular reactors, allows you to go into the upper mountain and to go into the other repositories we have around spent nuclear fuel rods, and you can re-enrich those rods and use them in reactors. You're essentially recycling old nuclear fuel rods, using them for energy generation today. That is a good thing. That's a good thing. So, in short, my concern with solar arrays are when you take into account the mining of the necessary elements for batteries and the panels themselves, coupled with the actual generation of solar, if your desire is to save the planet and think that climate change must be solved, I will tell you that that is pretty clear. We should be moving to nuclear and away from solar.
Okay, good question. Catherine Cohen from Benita Springs. Catherine from Benita Springs.
Catherine?
I have 3 elderly parents.
That's a Catherine. Oh, hey Catherine, how are you?
I have 3 elderly parents with CD19. All 3 have moved in the last 3 months. We are unable to contact a local federal Social Security office. Phone load time to exceed 2 hours. Their accounts are locked online. They're wheelchair bound and cannot stay the way at the office. How can we connect with the Social Security office?
All right, first of all, so, Jesse, where's the name again? Catherine. So, Catherine, coming to you right now is Stephanie Newrock in my office.
Yes.
Stephanie will address everything that you need to be able to get would you let me get there? I didn't let me get to the next half of the sentence.
Yeah, but, you know, it's kind of ridiculous that, like, these people have to go to your town hall and personally ask you to intervene. Like, don't you see why that's a huge problem? No. Fuck. Alright. I wanted to blow both of them up with one dynamite.
Now, anybody who's having issues with Social Security, please call my office. We will do this stuff. We will connect you, we will help you navigate Social Security to get your issue resolved. That is what we want to be able to do, is make sure that we are serving you as the congressional office, as you're a member of Congress. I want to be able to do that. We do it all the time. So please contact us if you're having issues with Social Security. To be honest, on this kind of stuff, I don't care what your politics are. You're an American. I represent you. I want to help you. That's the deal. So let's make sure that now, I think the question specifically is to the call center, because there are concerns about But I think the concerns of Bill was just taking people out of the call centers, etc. We were actually given a briefing on this. It is a fact that 60% of the calls in the Social Security are fraud-based.
Boo! Shutting down. We're turning off Mima's ability to get her Social Security problem fixed because there are fraudsters who also call. I get scam calls every goddamn day on my phone. You know, like, oh no. This is not a reason to do what you're doing.
We're trying to help you. We're trying to help you make sure that we have a sound Social Security system. For people who have issues with Social Security, this is why I said Stephanie came right over. Whether it's Stephanie, where's Mercedes?
Here.
Mercedes is here. Right, we have our staff here. My chief of staff is over here. Jesse's over here. If you have issues, please call us. We will.
And I know elected representatives are supposed to help you with this shit, but honestly, the reason that they have to is because they're breaking the systems that you would otherwise not need their help to navigate. You know? Like, this is a self-inflicted wound.
Help you navigate the system. Because it is a ladder. It's frankly a mess. It deserves to be far more efficient than what it is. So if you leave the system as it is today, it's only going to become more and more inefficient because there's a reality in America. More people are retiring. That is a fact. Our population is getting older. That's also a fact. So let's make it a more efficient system. I have a legitimate question. Legitimate question. Do you prefer a more efficient Social Security system? Can I ask that? Or do you prefer longer wait times in the clinic? They've been long, man. I'm telling you, I've been a member of Congress for more than 4 years. The wait times at the Social Security phone were long, no matter who's been president of the United States. It has been long. And it's not just my office. You can go back to Congressman Rooney, or Congressman Dawson, or Congressman Radel, or Congressman Mack. The lines have always been long. And if we're going to be honest, the call lines of Social Security have always been long. So let's work together to have a more efficient and responsive Social Security system. That just makes sense. Let's do that.
We're working together to make this a more efficient system. That's why we're breaking it, you see. You have to move fast and break things when it comes to Mima's Social Security. And sure, sometimes breaking things will mean that she doesn't get that check she needs in order to maintain her house. But you know, that's just a way we're working together to solve this problem.
And alas, the call lines are long whether you're in a red district or a blue district, a red state or a blue state. Because Social Security, as an agency, is a bureaucratic mess. That is a fact. Let's be efficient in the future.
Not to be controversial, but let's jump into DEI, shall we?
Sure.
I overheard a Trump-supporting man announce loudly in very inappropriate terms that he would never vote for Byron Donalds before Donalds has said a word. And in spite of the endorsement from President Trump, he has lost his vote because of his race alone. What would Donald say to a young black man who haven't lost a vote yet, but who have lost jobs, bank loans, professional associations, etc. because of their race? Isn't there some value to programs that seek to provide opportunities for everybody?
So, it's fine. You do this long enough. Don't worry about
it. That's a made-up question? What? All questions are made up, bud. But also, like, there are plenty of people who would have that question legitimately. That was a normal question to ask a politician, actually.
Here's the deal. So I'm 46. Obviously, I'm a member of Congress now. Before Congress, I was in finance. Started my way up from the bottom, worked my way up, etc. They go, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. So 46 years old, worked my way up in finance. Before politics, before everybody knew who I was, before Twitter, before Facebook, and that stuff. When I was coming up in corporate America at the time, we had diversity programs. Everybody agreed with diversity. I agree with diversity.
Oh,
that makes total sense.
The lights are going out.
The issue with DEI is not diversity. It's equity. You cannot have a system based on equity. You cannot. You can have a cohesive, harmonious culture around diversity. I think we all celebrate diversity. I think we all do. The DEI piece of this thing really just started showing up from my recollection about 5-6 years ago. Maybe 7 years. Maybe 8 years. My last stop in corporate America was at Wells Fargo. And this was around 2015. And so I had to do the training courses being an employee of Wells Fargo. In the training courses at Wells Fargo back in 2015.
Oh, fuck. Is there a monster down here? Is this a spooky game? Did it trick me into playing a spooky game? Why is there sounds like that? Is this a ploy to get dinner? Oh, that's why my lights are going out. I dislike this. I'm just gonna continue to clear this sphincter out. Just treasure. What if it was all a ruse? What if the monster owned the house and it lured me here to eat me with treasures?
There was no mention of diversity, equity, inclusion. It was diversity. That's what it was in 2015. So you're gonna ask me,
Dog, you can't make that argument. Diversity, equity, and inclusion have been around for like 50 fucking years. Like it's diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, dog. Like that's what it has been the entire time.
Black man, 46 years old, that it's possible for a younger black kid, 21 years old, to find a way to get ahead in America. I will say, yes, those opportunities fully exist to get ahead. If we're going to have a real conversation, let's have a real conversation about networks and relationships. Because let's be honest. I like being intellectually honest. I do. Coming up from New York City, coming to the state of Florida, graduating from Florida State, attending FAMU University. When I moved to Naples, Florida, I did not have relationships and connections. My first job came out of the want ads. I went and interviewed through 6 different people to find a job. And the mission at the time when I got that job, back in 2003 when I moved to Southwest Florida, when I would just say in Southwest Florida, you know, it was, man, don't even go there. It was 2003, it's fine, right? But at that time, my mission was, let me get my foot in the door, let me work hard and prove myself. And prove that I had the intellect, the capacity, and the drive to get promoted and move my way up the ladder.
Don't wake
That's
up
what I did. And it's not just me. There's a lot of black people that did that. A lot of Spanish people that did that in the United States of America at the same time. But now we have this false premise that if you don't have these 3 initials existing in every corporate boardroom and every college classroom, and somehow minority kids cannot get ahead, it is a lie. It is a lie. And I, for one, I'm just trying to be more professional, but I, for one, find find it to be disrespectful to other young black kids trying to find a way to get up in this world to say they can't get ahead if it's not for DEI. That is a lie. You are not good at this. You're not good. Let me go from this. I know the history of America, and it's not a perfect history, and that is a fact. But you can't tell me that America today is the same America from 60 years ago or 120 years ago. It's not. It is not. It is not. You can disagree with me if you want to. You can disagree with me and I will respect your disagreement. But I will tell you this. There are going to be black kids that graduate from FSU this year, UF this year, Harvard this year, Princeton this year. They're going to have an opportunity to go into the working world and exceed and excel. And if your whole belief is it is not possible without a 3-letter word in every training manual.
No, the argument isn't that it's not possible. The argument is that it's a rigged game. The game is rigged against them in a way that like makes it very difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult. And there's a difference there. You know, very difficult, not impossible. And I feel like that shouldn't really need to be said, but I guess some people need to hear that.
And I'm sorry, we don't agree. We don't agree. I'm sorry, we don't agree. No, I'm not done. I'm so done. I got this. Let's talk about this one. For the people who believe that it's not a level playing field in life, guess what? There's no level playing field in life. It's called life.
Dog, this guy's gonna look kids in the face and tell them that after they like were rejected from a job because they weren't white enough. You know, like to him that's just okay. You know? God. Oh yeah, you want to not be discriminated against? That sounds like some baby bitch mentalities. Why don't you rise and grind? God, I hate dudes like this.
It doesn't exist. Let's be real about it. Oh, here's what I was going. Thank you. I'm glad somebody talked about level playing field. So let's talk about relationships. My children, let's be honest now. My children have more of an advantage today because they are my sons than I had when I was their age. Because my mother didn't have the relationships that I had. In the NBA right now, this is going to go viral. The news meters will love this one. Turn the cameras on. You're going to like this one. In the NBA right now, LeBron James Jr., Bron is in the NBA right now on the playoff roster for the Los Angeles Lakers. And he can play basketball. But his dad is also the 7th greatest player to ever live. Sorry, MJ's still the best. Let's be honest about this. Let's be honest about this. In the world of athletics, if you look at high school recruiting right now, the top talent being recruited in high school basketball are the sons of former players. Why? They have more access, they have more resources, they have more training opportunities, they have more God-given talent. So access and relationships.
They have more God-given talent. Duh, this sucks.
It's a fact of life. It is a fact of life. So if you're going to ask me about...
Yeah, but you know what? Let's just take the resources argument here. Like, is that good? Like, is it... Do you think that it's good? Do you think that maybe as, like, someone who's in charge of, like governing society, that maybe, like, you as a politician should ensure that everyone has access to better resources with which they can, like, you know, raise their kids and educate their kids and get them, like, involved in sports? Like, to me, that just sounds like that sounds like something you should fix, you know? Like, that sounds like you could fix that with, like, more equitable practices and, like, you're just saying, nope, that's just how it is. And that seems to me like an abdication of your responsibility as a politician, but you know, what do I know? All right, I'll go in this spooky cave.
Equity, I will tell you, equity is an impossible standard to achieve. Because every...
Man, I love when folks are just like, yeah, better world, that's just impossible, dog. It's just impossible to make things better, actually. Like, when he thinks of making things better, does it not involve making it equitable, or is he just thinking of giving his rich friends bigger tax cuts? You know, like, to me, this indicates a complete and utter abdication of responsibility, but more than that, a hollow understanding of the world.
Every child starts off at different points in life because of the relationships of their parents. That is the truth. That is the truth. Every player in professional sports right now, every actor right now, who's a great actor right now? Ice Cube's son, O'Shea Jackson. O'Shea is a great actor. I love watching him act. I love watching O'Shea act. But let's be honest, O'Shea got a leg up because of his dad, Ice Cube. That's a good thing. What you want is for everybody to have upper mobility.
That's a good thing? It's good to have unfair advantages and things? That's a hell of a take, man.
In the United States. And if you firmly believe that upward mobility is impossible without equity, then we don't agree.
Jack Phelps from Fort Worth. Jack Phelps. Jack Phelps. All right, Jack Phelps from Fort Worth. Being in finance, if you took over a company in the red, would you let them care for it?
I got eaten by a bull! So I'm happy for Brian James. Make sure LeBron hears that on slide. I think Brian can play. Man, sports is an example of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you have fathers and mothers right now in America who are black, white, and Hispanic, Puerto Rican, Venezuelan, Peruvian, El Salvador, whatever. And the ones who have now achieved success in America today, you know what they're doing, man? They're doing the same thing I know you have done for your family, my mom did for me, is we are trying to set up our kids to be successful. We're not letting our kids go out in the world and be like, well, I had to start from nothing, so good luck, kid. We're not doing that. If you've achieved a modicum of success in America, everybody's trying to help the next generation rise to the next level. That is what families have always done. And the beauty today in America is that you do have black families in America who have achieved a modicum of success in this iteration of America, and they are now helping their kids achieve a higher level of success. That is a fact, and we should celebrate that. We should celebrate that. What about the white kids that don't have opportunity? Actually, let's go to this. You have 4 white kids, 4 black kids, 4 Spanish kids who are all starting at the bottom. They're all starting at the bottom for American reasons. All I'm saying is everybody is like rises and falls on merit, opportunity, chances, and yes, luck. That's the way it works. It's always worked that way. But if you want to tell me that the country today is the same when my mother was going through high school, we fundamentally disagree. It is not the same America. It's not even close. It is not. It's not. Please.
Let's get back to Jack Phelps. Tonight's my Jack.
You read the book of Jack.
Jack Phelps.
Have you read the book of my life?
All right.
Whoa, stop. Don't educate me about my life, sir. Don't do that. Don't, sir. Hold up. Please, hear me on this. I like how everybody's shouting at me, the black guy on stage with the microphone in his hand saying, have you read this book, read this book? Don't marginalize my life and what I've done. Don't do that. Don't marginalize the life of other black people in this country have done well. Don't do that. Don't marginalize theirs. Do you know how many black men in America today run private equity funds, run hedge funds, have done something marvelous? They may not agree with me politically, but they've done marvelous things. Don't think that you're
Okay, I think I found it. I'm just gonna switch over to this real quick. I think we found it. We found the treasure! Huzzah! God damn it. Was this all a nefarious mole plot? No! Oh my god! They're luring people in! It's a mole operation! Oh boy. They're all in on it. I can now hunt achievements? Hell yeah. Wait, I can also continue a game? What happens if I continue the game? Oh, I see. Okay.
Thank you, Jack. Taking finance, if you took over a company in the red, would you gut the accounts receivable as the administration has done with the IRS? Where are the cuts to the departments that audit the billion? Where are the cuts to the departments that audit the billionaires?
The cuts to the department that audit the billionaires? Yes. You guys want cuts to the IRS? If you're asking about where are the cuts to the departments that audit the billionaires, I would say it's called the IRS. I don't think is anybody advocating for cuts to the IRS right now? I'm trying to, wait. You asked the question. Jack, where's Jack? Yes, sir. Jack Hodge. I'm trying to understand the question. I really am.
The first part of the question obviously was about why do you cut money going to the accounts receivable of the part of the country that gets the tax, or the part of the government that gets the tax. So all the money to the government comes from the IRS tax, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So why did we decide that we wanted to cut part of the IRS? And when the cuts were made,
yes.
Why did we determine that the first group that got cut were the authors, or the billionaires?
I want to relay what I think you're saying. I want to make sure I answer your question. Are you talking about cuts to account receivable being tax cut policy in the United States? Everybody relax. Let the man talk. Yeah, would y'all relax? Sir, please. I want to make sure I understand your question. So, yes, sir.
Yeah. So I don't understand why we have Doge to try to save money. I understand that. We need to be more efficient because we're not as efficient as we should be. I understand that. I have a hard time understanding why one of the first things that gets cut is the very group that gets the money to run the government.
Oh, you mean like in the various agencies? Everybody's shouting out 4 different agencies right now. So I'm telling you, relax.
What got cut was the IRS auditors that bought billionaires.
the department that does audit on high level. And no other part of the IRS got any cuts. That's true. Stop. Would you stop? Do you guys want to yell or do you want to hear his question? So I answer this question. I actually understand a lot. I'm trying to make sure I have it correct the way he's phrasing it, sir. Relax. Like, we're not, I'm not mad at you. I get you're upset, but I'm not mad at you. I love you.
So,
yes.
What has been cut at the IRS and why?
All right. So specifically at the IRS, what has been cut and why? Specific cuts, that I have to get back to you. So, no. And I have no problem with saying you not more specific. I'll have to research it and then go from there. If we're gonna talk about audit functions at the IRS, again, the way it generally works is whether you make a lot of money or you're a small business owner, your audits are kind of in equilibrium. That's what happens. That's what happens. I'm telling you no, but I'm telling you yes. That's what happens. So are you saying why did one get cut and not the other?
Why did the first cut?
So actually on that one in particular, I have to get back to you on that answer. I will get back to you on that answer. The email and phone number is on there. I will get back to you on that question. Yes, sir.
We're going to give Scott Nicholas a foreign policy question. Scott Nicholas before Myers. Okay. What is your stance on Israel war in Gaza?
Genocide! Genocide!
Yes. All right, hold on real quick. Sir, I will let you finish the question, but before we continue, I just want to say the reason why we have, and that's not an issue, sir. The reason why we have the questions written down is because what we found initially when we did town halls is that people started shouting back and forth on their opinion.
People got a little bit too rowdy when talking about genocide, and so we had to have them written down. And now look at this. Poorly behaved people calling out a genocide. What is happening? It's fucking nuts. I don't know that I can take this. I am also very tired. I'm gonna go get some rest, I think. Also, Van Briggs, no spoilerino, but if I had that teleporter in my inventory when I discovered the empty chest, would I not have been killed by moles? Mole people, mole people. I have no idea. Huh. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. I know I'm not feeling super well. Feel like that's the plot. Mole people, mole people. And maybe next time I'll play. I was also gonna play a game about driving people across America that looks really cool, and I am excited to play that. And I might play that on tomorrow's stream, if I'm still not feeling well. Maybe if I am feeling well, even. But a game about digging a hole. 2 thumbs up. I had a lot of fun playing that, and I would recommend it. Eat some chicken soup. That fucking sounds amazing. I might make some chicken soup. Good night, chat. And thank you all for supporting stream and being here and being lovely little beings like usual. And hit all the buttons, do the things. And I will see. Also, we're 2 follows on Twitch away from 11,700. That's pretty cool. And yeah, Wait a minute. How many people are here? How many of you showed up for this? Damn, we had like 250 people here. guys. I'm gonna like tear up. Thanks for being here, everybody. I really appreciate it. See you all tomorrow, folks. Bye. And unless my power's knocked out by storms. Bye. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button.